Hello, everyone, and welcome to another horrific review. I'm joined by Chris and Levi as we continue our journey along the Graboid Trail. Tonight, we're going to do something a little different and have a retrospective look over the Tremors series of movies before we move on to the TV shows. During the stream, we will discuss what went right, what went wrong, and how the franchise has managed to hold our attention still after all of these years. And I just realized my typing is absolutely shambolic for that intro. So I'm all professional as universal. Chris, welcome back as always, mate. Pleasure to have you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Levi, welcome to the show from Tremors Saga. Absolute pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me. Like I said, I'm honored to be here. I've loved your last 7 episodes, so I hope we can make a good 8th one here.
I think we can do a better job than the sequels anyway. So just by talking shit on them, I think we'll be good.
They were mostly good. They
tried.
Well, they tried up to a point and then they stopped trying. That was the problem.
But this is cool. This is like having like an expert in a trial, right? Where they bring in the scientific expert to, that's what
it's like baby nerds have to bring in the grown-up nerd so we can see if our nerd stuff's proper and actually get right words and stuff thrown in.
Let's see here. I don't know if you know about the Graboid, but this here is the thing.
Oh, by the way, shout out before we begin. Your song you posted up, Bert Comer, was absolutely amazing. I was in stitches, man. Absolute stitches.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Alan Abulencia, and that is just he's a Graboid fighting man, and his name is Bert Comer. It's so catchy.
And it's not even a simple song. It's like a full-on, like, lots of little time changes, beats, full-on lyrics. Like they're not easy lyrics to try and sing along to.
No, that's like a 4-minute song. Actually, he released that last year, and then that new video is a music video. Like he had it as just a song, and then he actually made a music video for it, which is where that new one came from, and it is so damn good.
So obviously you're front and center. Before we begin, obviously talk a wee bit about yourself. You're front and center of the Tremors Saga channel, but you're not the only person. There's a little team of you, isn't that right?
There's a whole bunch of us behind here. I would consider myself the podcasting arm of this. That if there's a face to it that people want to interact. Oh, hold on, I think I lost something there. But yeah, if there's a face that people want to interact with, that would be me. And then from there's a whole media team that I would say. Like there's the Twitter arm, the TikTok arm. I don't ever really meet any of those people. We all just there's a chat that we all meet up in and such, and just kind of talk. And actually, they asked me to start the podcast like 2 years ago because of a video that I'd made all about how Universal sucks ass. You seem like you got a good energy. Would you like to do this for us? I'm like, sure, I guess. Like, why not? So that's where I'm at. I'm the podcasting face of this, the talking Tremors, if you will.
So from your channel, Levi, I heard that there's a convention that happens. It was yearly, and then I guess with the pandemic, maybe it stopped, and then now it's coming back in August, I think.
There's the second annual Tremors Fest, which is happening in Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's looking to be about July, maybe August. That's happening, and actually, we did it last year, and I got this whole great big poster. This was everybody who was at the fest.
That's cool.
Got everybody to sign it, all the fans and stuff, and all the people. This is like my new prized possession. I need to hang it up back here.
That needs to go in a frame.
What?
That needs to go in a frame.
Oh, that's where. No. I got it out the other day because I need to show it more on the podcast. And I'm like, right back here, I think is where I'm going to put it, just because that would just make a good one. Put it in the whole frame and everything. And it's they show all 7 movies. Not the TV show, although I'm still trying for that one. And then, get to meet the cast and crew. I'm currently emailing a whole bunch of people behind the scenes for that to get them there. I'm I'm super excited. I gotta blame Michael Gross for it. Like, it's definitely 100% his, like, oh, hey, I know a guy who owns a theater in Santa Fe, and then somehow George R. R. Martin factors into that, and then just like, let's put movie. Like, Colin, your face is exactly right. Like, what does George R. R. Martin have to do?
Don't let him near anything. That bloke's an arse.
This isn't I'm not a fan of George R. R. Martin show, but I'm not a fan of George R. R. Martin. Like, the small bit I met of him at Tremors Fest was like, yeah, you should be writing those books. What are you doing right now? Like, get out.
Anything but.
I have theories. I have personal theories, which that's not the point.
He's written the universe too big. He's written himself out of it. He's written the universe too big, and he doesn't know how to close it off.
Oh no, he's got all that pressure looking at him, and he knows that, like, doesn't matter how he ends it, everyone's gonna get mad at him. So he's just like, oh, I'm just nope, oopsie.
Oh, I'll do this TV show. Oh, I'll do this. I'll do that. And he's pushing it down the road, but he won't. If you listen to him talk for more than 5 minutes, you realize he's a mega belly-end. I really have no time for the bloke. He's up his own arse.
I actually did, and it's kind of like he was at Tremors Fest, and okay, so this is, well, I'll say this much, and then we'll move on. He did this thing to the kid, like, there were some kids, like, and there was this cake at Tremors Fest, and like he like shooed the children away from the cake, and it's so weird that like, it was just like, bro, what? He just seemed like a witch.
Have you seen the sides of him?
What?
Have you seen the size of him? You know, that's totally oh, the cake is mine. He just does Pac-Man.
See, I shoot him away was like an old German witch. I don't know.
Babushka.
See, I can relate to him because he seems like the ultimate procrastinator, and I 100% agree with his cake policies. So I get it. I get it, George. Hang in there, George.
It was pretty good cake, but I don't know if it was that good.
Yeah, it's like, calm down.
But seriously though, like, how many movie franchises have like a convention every year that has like that dedicated a fan base? Like, that, there's definitely something special about this the series.
This is on the level with Firefly and the Browncoats.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was shocked, genuinely shocked at the level of fandom. I'm like, whoa.
When I started this journey, I was just as shocked as you. I used to be, I mean, I still am. I used to be just a little nerd of just like, oh, you know, I love Tremors. I have loved Tremors since I was 5 years old. And, you know, like, was there for every single movie when it came out after that. And you just kind of think like, oh, that's my like weird little nerddom thing over here. And then I fell down the graboid hole about 3 years ago, and I went like, oh my God, no, holy fucking shit. This is a whole universe of, oh my God, I had no idea. And it's where that whole money thing that you talk about, Colin, and I'm just like, I think somebody sees what I see when it comes to like, you could make some money off of these people. And I have bad feelings about someone's bad intentions about it. That's my like
yeah. Do you know the easiest way to make money out of fans? Honestly, it's really simple. It's a mad theory, you know, it's a mad idea, but make stuff that people like. I know it's a bonker, especially 2024 now. It's a bonkers mental idea, but if you want money off fans, make stuff they like. And do you know what as well? Don't like, call them names. I know it's madness, absolute madness to be saying things I got today, but
Colin's not so crazy theory.
If you do those two things, you'd be surprised. People are like, oh, I'll buy that. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, this right here, the Tremors 2 4K, which is like $40-50 or whatever. This released in November of last year, November 27th. By December 25th, this was sold out. All copies. Like, you can only find these on eBay now. Like, month for a fucking direct-to-video sequel
from a long time ago too. The second one, yeah.
Like, and so, like, yeah, just make something good and people will buy it. Like, oh, My
No,
sister.
imagine, there we go. We got people. Welcome, Facebook folks.
No, that's my sister. Oh, my,
Oh, there you go.
oh yeah. But no, make something good and people will gobble it up. Although there is a separate thing that Universal, they have this saying, we could sell an empty box named Tremors, and I hate that they're right. Like, it pains me sometimes that fans will just like, oh, I don't care, just give me a new Tremors, just like right down the throat. And it's no, come on, hold out for something good.
But I think that's the problem with I think it's changing now. People are getting a bit more wise and don't like being treated like a sap, and they're getting over the sort of Emperor's New Clothes analogy, because people don't like to think they're being fooled, so they'll go along with it. But there's always good grace with fans. If you get a fan base, there's a lot of good grace with them, and that's why they should be treasured, because that's you set. If you just be honest. It doesn't matter whether it's movies or this sphere creating content. You know what I mean? You get support from people, you treasure that. But this weird culture of people like pissing on their own customers,
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
Like, that's the Stampede thing. Like, how can you make that for 25 years and like the fans built because of that, and then like, no, fuck you, we don't need you. We can just like make this anyway. It's like, no, the only reason you're to that point right now is because of that. How can you piss?
But it's across the board. It's not just, Tremors. It's the Hollywood machine in general and the arrogance. And I think it's people who have got the pioneers are gone. It's the same, the parents build it, the children maintain it, the grandchildren squander it. And I think we're at the grandchildren life cycle of a lot of studios. They've come in, it's sons and daughters of somebody, they've been introduced, they haven't actually made their way into the machine, they've been put there. And that's not just frontline actors and directors, but it's all the mechanism in behind. It's just got to that point that I've compared it, and people laugh at me. I compare Hollywood to the civil service, because they've got that mentality of it's free money, it's always going to be there, don't have to earn it anymore, and will always get picked up.
Well, I have another comparison. I think the Hollywood has become almost like a construction company that builds houses. Like the houses near me, like everyone on the block has like a similar house, because it became safer and easier to just repeat the same, architect plans over and over again. If you try to do something new and something falls and breaks or someone gets hurt, then as a construction company, you get sued. So it's just easier to just do what's easy as opposed to trying to do something new and innovative. Just repeat what works, do what's safe, do what's easy, and then just I think that's what's happened to Hollywood is they've lost a lot of innovation.
Well, retreads, remakes, sequels.
I'm actually a contractor. I work construction, and
there you go.
So oh yeah, look it up. Like, what the safest has been like I call it the homogenization of building, where you're just like, this is all, when you copy paste houses, you lose all sense of what the hell, like character. Oh, actually, perfect movie, like character of
character.
And
Yes.
The same cookie cutter houses over and over again. I can
Exactly.
Colin, you probably don't understand this as much. It's difficult to drive around in America and you pass by suburbs and they're just literally the same fucking houses.
I have had the misfortune of living in your country for a couple of years. I have felt the pain.
I don't know how those people can go to their houses at night and find their house, because it's all the same. Like, you go to one of those blocks and it's like, it would be so easy to walk into a house 3 blocks down and like, oh, I thought this was my house, because it looked exactly the same.
And even the sort of grid, the roads are all look the same, all the same multi-chain franchises. So there's no, you go to a different state, for example, and you see a unique thing. No, it's all the same, and it's depressing.
Yeah, you're I'm feeling your pain. I just want to be like, oh, buddy. Yeah.
I think what's I think what's funny about the UK is because it's still the old world. You've still got the old world stuff, and then the new sort of planked on top of it, and it's a strange mix of because of all the heritage. They can't just. There's contractors who would love to just bulldoze this place and just make it all homogenous, modern crap. But thankfully, the laws have been put in because they'd love to bulldoze the countryside here, and I think there's elements like foreign elements trying to buy all the farmland to get it bulldozed. It's friggin' weird, but thankfully there's so much protection put in that they can't do that. Like, they'd love to bulldoze villages. Like, there's little villages that love to bulldoze to put in train lines and stuff just so people can get into London quicker. And you're like, piss off.
Yeah, we actually just tore out all of this beautiful hardwood, all this cabinet, all this doors, all this shelving in this house because it got zoned for commercial. This old, like 150-year-old house, and they're like, oh, it's zoned for commercial, and the guy died, so we got to plow it under. And we went in and we took everything we could, but it was still painful while you did it because you're like, this house is sturdy, it's strong, it doesn't need to go down. Why are we scrapping it right now? Which is a great for Tremors.
Balsa wood.
It's like
That's what I couldn't get over. The price of some houses, and I'm like knocking, and they're made out of that weird fucking balsa wood fucking foam shit. I'm like, what the hell? 300 grand for that? No. If I'm paying 300 grand, I want brick. Double glazing. The fact you don't have double glazing over there in some of the coldest parts of the world. Like, what the hell?
I can't believe we got on a conversation about fucking houses.
That's if you've seen one of the show, there'll be at least 6 tangents.
If you need me to stay focused, you gotta hold me to it, man.
Yeah, right. Good luck with this team. It's going to be a 6-hour podcast, and about an hour of it's going to actually be about Tremors.
Stop myself from hitting 4-hour shows every time. Wrap it up, Levi.
You know what? My view is, if you're enjoying yourself and we're enjoying ourselves, that's the main thing. Now, maybe the audience might want to enjoy themselves too, but that's not my problem if you do or don't.
We're not up to that level yet.
Yeah, if we're having fun, that's good enough for me.
You commented on a video once where don't apologize for your enthusiasm when you're loving it. That translates through the screen, and it's just like that's
absolutely
policy. But I still like to make fun of myself. Like, Jesus, this is hour 3.5 of the show. Like, Jesus, okay, come on, you can do this.
But that's why this is replacing mainstream media, and that's why the mainstream media are like they just can't cope. They don't understand because they're so plastic and generic, and that'll be relevant when we talk about the later movies. That's the way that they come. They just don't understand people or audiences, and we don't want highly produced fucking cookie cutter talking points on a studio with everyone with their makeup done. That's boring. That is so. Well, thanks for making the effort. At least one of us has, we've got some glamour on the show. Like, do a bit of blush. Good.
1 out of 3 now. 1 out of 3 looks good now.
But this only started off for us anyway. It was just we're looking for music or movies just to talk about, and Chris suggested, we'll just talk about Tremors. That was a fun movie from back in the day. I'm like, I'll still stick that on every so often. That's a fun one. I've seen a couple of the sequels, but I barely remember them. So we'll talk about Tremors. Why not? And then seeing that first movie, just the fact that it still holds up today, it's watchable and it's actually an enjoyable plot. And steps out of the normal tropes, managed to be fresh.
Yeah, I was surprised because I remembered liking it, but I hadn't seen it in like 10 to 12 years. And then watching it again now, especially with the mindset of trying to analyze it, I was enjoying it, and I was trying to think, like, why am I liking this so much? And there's a lot of reasons for it, but I think like the community aspect, just the fact that there's a small town that just rallies for each other. They care about each other. They rely on each other for all their needs. And they're up against this unknown, element, this unknown horror, and they just kind of like, come together, and it's just, I don't know, there was something very like endearing about that, especially in this day and age where I think people are becoming more separated, and the pandemic had something to do with that. But I just feel like even since the pandemic, people are working from home a lot now, and you're just getting more and more apart. It was just refreshing to see this town come together, and not to get too deep with it, but there was something very endearing to it, and it carried through some of the sequels. And yeah,
there's about 3 or 4 other people in the world that I would consider have my level of expertise when it comes to Tremors. And I've had 2 of them on the show already, Zoran Gavojcic and Octavio Lopez San Juan. And both of them, I asked that question, like, what's the thing, like, what would you consider the theme of Tremors? And it's that, like, community. A bunch of people who, they don't, I love how, Bert and Val in the first movie, you can almost be like, Bert is the right and then Val is the left. And, like, they still manage to come together and work together. Their belief systems are completely polar opposite, but it doesn't matter because there's giant worms trying to eat them. So, hey, let's work together here. And the community aspect is such a powerful thing. And it's what I feel is the thing that is missing from 5, 6, and 7. And it's why I love Tremors 4 the most. Yeah. That one is like a pure, like, they go back to basics with the community thing. And like, they're just people trying to survive in their little town and make their town, keep going. And they got to deal with giant I always call it a metaphor, giant underground penis worms, that's
Yeah, but even Val and Earl, they were long, even before the Tremors arrived, the Graboids, they were long-term friends. Like, they always butted heads, but they were always had each other's back. There was not one without the other.
Yeah.
And that's kind of partnership and life. You need balance.
They're an old married couple.
Yeah.
Well, don't, like, they get mad sometimes when you ship them like that. It's like, I don't know, like, they're such best friends that bickering like goes back and forth.
But do you not think that's today's obsession? Everything has to be sexualized for some weird reason without sex. People have actually made sex boring today with their fucking shite talking about it. But there's all different levels of friendship in the world and connections that people have, and it's the same for any relationship, be it a friendship or a romantic partnership or anything. You need balance. Usually you make friends because there's commonality you have, but there's aspects of somebody else that fills the gap that you have, because we're all not complete.
Yeah. Honestly, I compare it to you and Chris, Colin and Chris. Like no, like, it's like, I love Colin's, like, the complete matter of factness over here. Like, all right, this is what we're doing, and then Chris is like, yeah, but what if we, like, okay, like, you each other in the middle. You find your different, like, oh, okay, I'll take a little bit of you, and you'll take a little bit of me, and it's like that's my. We'll get to it when you have a talking point later about, like, why was everyone so focused on recreating the Val and Earl dynamic, and it's buddy cop. I think buddy cop is a good. It's interesting to have in a monster movie. That's why everybody's always trying to chase it. I'm personally trying to chase it with my Tremors movies that I make, but that's a conversation for later.
Yeah, don't worry, we will be getting to that. Yeah, right? And that's police procedurals, you name it. It's that whole dynamic of opposites attracting, and a team, like any sort of team movie, it's all the components of the parts, and that's what makes the whole thing enjoyable. And it's something we all look for in life.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of art. The art is meant to, if art's produced to you, it's meant to give an emotional response. And usually, if you get a positive emotional response, it's better. It's something like, oh, I like that, what I see on screen. That's something, and either you already have it with some of your friends and you recognize it, or something you've been looking for. It's there. It seems the whole community aspect of this. Who doesn't want to get on with people?
Yeah.
Legitimately. Unless you're an absolute raving lunatic, we want to just get on with folks, and it's better to have friends than enemies.
Yeah, it's I'm having that problem currently with some side things with Tremors, and it's just like, why? Like, there's no reason for this animosity. We both have the same goal here. Just come together and like work out. Nobody like. There are people that do just want to make enemies, and those are like, hey, thank you for letting me know. I'm gonna stay over here and friends with other people. Like, you're fine, but we all want that. Honestly,
Sure.
I would say it's your show, but every YouTube show, everybody out there on Twitch or streaming on TikTok or anything, everybody's looking for connection. Like, that's the point of art, is you're trying to express something inside of you and hoping that somebody else is like, oh, I also feel that. Cool, let's come together and like work this out here. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
it's pure. I don't know. It's nice. Like the community thing, it's really nice.
Yeah, because I always said, if I'm just sitting here and staring into that thing at the little red light and just going blah 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 blah, what a boring existence that would be.
Yeah, that's why I have do my live shows. I didn't used to do them literally every week. I just kind of did it off and on. But it's like, I really like knowing that there's other people on the other side and trying to bring other Tremors fans in and being like, hey, oh my God, what are your ideas? I'm not always right. So like, tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong.
But once again, let's have a conversation. It's not this stupid, everything has to be dichotomized today. And it's like, oh, you're wrong because you're a horrible person. You're wrong because you need to die. You know, that's idiotic. And that's no way to talk. You know, you can have a bit of friendly banter, but don't cross that. There's no need to cross that line. Talking about movies, for example. Like, what is wrong with somebody? Because you see it all the time. I like this. Or if you like this movie, you're a bigot. Or if you don't like this movie, you're a bigot. And you're like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Oh, chat's starting to fill up.
First fans. I was just gonna say, oh man, there's some Burt Gummer stands out there that really make you like, this is hard to be a part of this fandom right now. Like,
Never apologize for being late. Glad you're here. Welcome, Charlie.
Charlie.
And there's there's a Scream. Look, we've even got Scream fans that come on the channel.
What's up, Shay?
Even though you're wrong, Shay, it's good to have you.
I have one person on my live streams. Actually, that's a good friend of mine who's helped me write the last Tremors movie and this one. And I always look like, hey, tell me I'm wrong. Like, I want you to. Like, come on, come at me. Because usually he can't, and there's never a good reason. It's like, but yeah, I want you to try though. Like, let's see what.
But is that not a good mental exercise though? If you have a theory or a position, and you know somebody who you respect and respects you is challenging it, that makes you think about, okay, so why am I thinking this in terms of an idea? Especially when you're trying to put something together. It's good to have, if you sit, and this is the problem with Hollywood at the moment, everyone sits in a fart bubble and just smells each other's farts. And they're like, oh, this is wonderful. And then they never get challenged. And then when the cold light of day hits them, i.e. the shit out of movie that nobody likes, and then they have a freak out on social media, because they've never been told no until that point.
I just think if everyone thought exactly the same, this would be such a boring world. Like, it's difference of opinion is fun. It keeps life interesting, you know.
Like I love Chris's theory about the reason ass blasters were made was because of the graboids eating more oil.
Oh, that was my worst one. that was my worst one, and that was actually debunked by the next movie.
What?
Or it was Tremors 5, actually. Tremors 5, like, they started the movie out. It was almost like, hey, Chris, dummy, this is what ass blasters have been around for a long time. And I was like, oh, crap. Just rip my paper. That one got debunked pretty quickly. But the others are right. Not really.
They're close. You know, I'm not going to... That one was bad, but the others were close, man. That was a real, which we'll get to it. Sorry, I keep jumping ahead. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, but that's when you know you have something good, when you're asking questions and you're coming up with theories, and they don't have to be right. They don't have to all be the same. But if everything's just laid out for you, look at the current paint by numbers, everything's explained to the 9th degree, and there's no room for wonderment or imagination. And then the movie's forgotten about before you even leave the movie theater. Like, you're at the movie theater doors and you've forgotten what you've watched because there's nothing there to make you ask questions.
Like it sits in you. Like that's the good artness of it. It's interactive. Like you work with it. That's actually something I love. I will just defend Stampede until I die on this, because one of the ways they were wrong is that in Tremors 2, like there's 3 sacks in the graboid or whatever, and that's what the Shriekers come out of. But then in Tremors 3, Bert's like, oh, each graboid produces 6 Shriekers when it's born. And there's a Stampede Entertainment site, frequently asked questions page on it, where the creator of Tremors, Steve S.S. Wilson, is still answering questions to this day. Like the last ones he answered were December 19th. And he loves to bring up how the fans fucking railed him for like, but you said in Tremors 2 that there was 3 Shriekers, but then in Tremors 3 there were 6 Shriekers. He's like, yeah, you're all definitely right. We fucked that up. Like that's like our bad. But what I love about it is that because of like the way he interacts with fans, and this has been happening for like the last 15 years on that site.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, look, you guys are right.
Oh shit!
Oh,
oh, ah, God! Oh, Universal's here! God damn it! Universal's found us.
Oh, they got us! They got us!
They're around. I'm just waiting for the door to be kicked in. If you see a bag going over my head and me getting dragged off, then they find me.
The movie ends. Run for it, Marty!
One day I'm going to go to the mailbox and I'm going to get a big envelope that says cease and desist all Tremors related topics, and I'm like, fuck you. But Steve, like, the fans write in and stuff, and the fans actually came up with the like, oh, okay, so like Shriekers make more by eating, they reproduce more by eating and then throwing up. What if like when Shriekers come out, they eat enough of the graboid, and then that's the discrepancy? So they're making more as they're eating out. So it can start with 3, but then depending on how much of the graboid it eats on the way out, there might be 6. But what I like about it is like Steve being like, hey, okay, I made this and I fucked up and I don't know everything, and then fans coming in and be like, well, you did, but hey, what if like this? Like,
you know what that is? That's a thank you for going, oh, you just acknowledged that and you just treated us with respect. Well, do you know what? We're going to help you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
That's unheard of today.
I know, right?
That used to be the thing. I love it when movies have a minor fuck up simply because someone out there can change a narrative just slightly enough to allow to make better. Yeah, that's that happens when you're dealing with. Can't see the wood for the trees sort of thing.
Yeah.
If you're knee deep and you're writing and you don't have that lore master, because who would have thought the Tremors series would need a lore master? Let's be honest. Right. On the surface level, it's one good movie and a load of straight the DVD sequels.
There's a book. There's a fucking book on it. That's
but who would have thought that would be necessary?
I thought, Colin, we just had our first ad on the channel. I got excited. Made it.
By Seeking for Peace by Jonathan Melville, the official guide to Tremors.
And this episode is sponsored by.
Yeah,
I can't even talk like that. See, I would never do that type of sponsorship because it's so fake. The
guy that wrote this is from Edinburgh, so the guy that wrote the Tremors book is from Scotland. Which
I live in Edinburgh. Edinburgh's a lovely city. I lived there. 2007 to 2009. Yeah, lovely. Lovely city.
But but it's not an American. That's oh my god, fucking some guy in England was like, I will write the Tremors book, so I made the Tremors book. Please forgive that accent. I was sorry.
Yeah, it's international.
But that's like anything. Especially today, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can connect with anybody.
Yeah.
You can also fight with anybody as well, which is the downside of it. You know, some random idiot from like 3 continents will be going, "Yeah, I hate you because you exist." Like, fuck you. But if you make something and if you make something universal, a universal message, community is a universal message. It's not just specific to one area. Teamwork, friendship, overcoming odds, universal. If you do that and you tell it in the right way, anyone can. This weird. It's an American thing as well. I must see myself. I never understood that.
No joke.
I can only relate to something if I see myself. It's like I don't want to see pushing 50 short fat people. I see myself plenty in the mirror. I don't need to see myself on screen. I'm good.
I'm nothing like Burt Gummer, and I see myself in Burt Gummer. Where it's like I'm not even close to that. And it's like, but what I love about Burt isn't the guns and the bombs and shit. It's that like, no matter what, like he's always there for people. Like even the people that shit on him, he's always like, let's fucking go. Like he's immediately in the ball. Like we could all wish to have a Burt Gummer in our community.
Well, Tremors 3, I think we talked about that. Tremors 3 is a perfect example of that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He just didn't bugger. He was doing his world tour, right? But he didn't just bugger off. He made sure perfection was sorted, and he came back and he was admonishing everybody for not keeping the stuff that he put in place up to date because he had to go away.
He made all that money like from Tremors 2. He made all that money like blowing up shriekers and graboids, and he took that money and put it into the town. Like that guy's amazing. Like Earl fucked off and was like, I'm gonna take Kate and we're gonna go over here and have little babies, but and Burt was like, I can protect everybody here. And like come on, that is so cool, man. I love that.
Yeah. I always like the little moments too, where even in the middle of a fight, he would be like, "You look cold," and he hands them a sweater. That's in Tremors 3 too. Also, yeah.
Well,
I love those little moments like that. You know,
you talking that episode and you picking that up, I was like, oh my god, it is awesome, right? Like, here, take this. You look cold.
Yeah.
Like he truly cares. Even like honestly, as Tremor 7, like
pissed in his character.
I like that bit near the end where like the Richard Brake character has been just an asshole through the whole movie, and yet even right there at the end, Burt is trying to save him.
Yeah,
like
he's trying to pull him up.
Like, hey, like come back to the camp. You're being a crazy person right now, but come on, like let's just go. And obviously he doesn't listen and gets eaten. But it's just even that guy that was his trouble the whole movie.
Yeah,
still trying to save him. That is one of the greatest qualities in any character I can think of. Like that's
for sure.
That's the definition of a hero.
Yeah.
And that's why people look at heroes, because it's not an easy thing to do. Like if there's somebody I hate or even remotely dislike, guess what? They're getting left. You know, that's what, if you're my friend, I've got your back all the way. But if you're my enemy, then I don't care. You know, and you're dead to me, like metaphorically, and you know, that's it. That's the way I am. So that's why I can look at like a heroic character and go, I could never be like that. That's not in me. And it's that. But like I said, you look at those bits that are missing within you and you go, wow, that's something to aspire to. You know, if I could be like that.
Because it's easy to be nice to people who are nice to you, right? But to be nice to people that are mean to you is like the ultimate,
Yeah, that's the like we could all aspire to be that level of Burt Gummer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially today's world, is like it takes it, like you have to do something personally against me. You know, that's be my enemy. Like it's not, but people make enemies out of folks now just for slightly disagreeing on a point, and that's, you know, that level's just, that's crazy. You know, that's something else. There's like underlying problems there. Like you genuinely have to do something against me as a person to cause me harm for me to be your enemy.
Because then at that point, it's always my like, okay, so you want to fuck with me. All right, you know what? I will fuck with you back. Like that's it's my line in the sand too. I try to emulate Burt Gummer, but there are about 2 or 3 people that I could name right off the top of my head that it's like, no, look, you actively went after me, so you know what? We're gonna fuck you over here. You're gonna just drop you right into the graboid pit.
Yeah, and that's fair. You know what I mean?
It's human. That's my point. Like that's I will and maybe and I say that too. And actually, there's one person in particular that it's like that actually has to do with Tremors that actively went after me and made my life worse. And then I met them face to face, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it, man. I'm not even gonna try. And then now they made my life worse again after that. So it's like, no, fuck you. I should have dropped you. You fucking you made me regret being nice to you. Fuck off. There's a real life Melvin in the Tremors fandom that I'm just like, you little turd.
There's always going to be one. You can't have a group of people without that one, being there. It's when it becomes more than one, or it becomes a group or a clique, or people try to set, oh, we all must be like us. That's when a fandom becomes toxic, and you don't want to be any part of it. But
that's the nature of probability. Like you have to have. There's the bell curve that most of us live in, and then there's those outliers over here. You're just like, really, can you get out of this, please and thank you? Like that's my. I don't want to get into it. We'll get into it later if we get into it.
And at the end of the episode, there'll be a link to that person's channel, and you can put mean messages to them 24/7.
But I wouldn't even do that, because that's giving them more attention what they deserve.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? That's energy you could be spending on your own content.
Yeah, for sure.
Going after somebody, and that's why I don't get that. That's why I don't get into drama farming or hate watching. I don't understand that term, hate watching, or the practice of it.
I just don't watch it.
Yeah, just guess what? Unclick, unfollow, don't recommend. There's loads of buttons, loads of typing things you can do to not see that person or persons or whatever. So easy, and then you move on with your life, and then you just do positive things like carrying on with your own content or carrying on with people who actually support you and you mutual respect for. So easy.
I have never blocked anyone in my life, like on social media at all, because you know what I do? I just ignore them. Like, and most of the time nobody's actively going at like trying to like violently dox me or shit like that. But it's like, you know what? I don't even need to block you. I'm just gonna not look at you. It's pretty easy, actually. There's millions and billions of other things to do. Bye. And just walk the fuck away. Like that's my.
It's more fades. Like, for example, celebrities or entertainers I don't care for, or genres. I don't want that. You know, why the algorithm feeds. If it thinks you like something or trying to push it. So I do that, and then it doesn't show up anymore.
Amazing, right?
Yeah. Like if I don't like an artist, singer, or whatever, and I don't like their work, well, guess what? I'm not going to sit and hate watch them, or I'm not going to go, you're shit, blah blah blah, and waste my time. Or if it's a movie franchise, or something, well, if I don't like a movie, I don't like it. So if it's trying to push more of them, guess what? Click, 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 it's gone. I'm not going to sit and watch it and go, oh, I hate that shit, blah blah blah, and sit and slag it off. That's a waste of effort and time.
So much time, like so much time. I'm gonna die soon, man. I don't got fucking time for that.
I'm further along that path than a lot of people. So I've got to make use of what time I've got left in the world.
There's only 24 hours in the day, man. I don't give a shit.
I don't. I miss. That's one thing I've managed to stay out of, especially horror fans in general. There's quite a few drama farmers there. In the author scene, there's quite a few drama farmers. Even the YouTube sphere, there's shitloads of those. If you start getting a bit of a following or somebody gets jealous, they'll try and shit talk about you. Thankfully, I just keep out of that because I've no interest, so I don't get involved.
I always hope that some of those people like find me and they're like, "Oh, you like Tremors too much, and I'm gonna go after you." And I'm like, "Yes, please, drive those views to my channel.
Yeah, it's the algorithms. Yeah, well, I got a troll. I celebrate it. I'm like, yes, got a troll. Look, everybody, there's a troll.
I made it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's like, I have arrived. But that's the best way, though. You just, if you have that mindset, they don't affect you.
No, like that's, and I have like the last 3 years, I have like focused on podcasting and YouTubing, especially with regards to Tremors. And I have found this 9 times out of 10 that people that create stuff, positively create stuff like this channel, you're just trying to like, hey, I love something, or if like something is really bad, I'm trying to be like, why is this really bad? But to positively engage, those people are always the greatest. I don't even mean that like it's just like you guys. Like I really do mean you guys. Like listening to you bash 5, 6, and 7 in the way. Why? Why did this happen? Like you're trying to like understand it and get into it. It's always that wins to me in the end. Like, and I love all those people. I try to friend all those people wherever I can and bring them on my show because it's just like, oh yeah, I love your vibe and you're putting it out. When you put the good energy out there, you get the good energy back.
Well, same as you. The old time I've managed to catch you on live stream or watch back, like the energy you put out, and like if you'd never seen Tremors before, you want to go see Tremors because like there's Levi is absolutely stoked about this.
Yeah.
And look at the chat, look at everyone else is stoked. You know, you're like this must be something worth watching.
It's infectious. Yeah,
it does, and that's what I have 2 podcasts that I listen to like regularly, and they have nothing to do with Tremors. They're about comics and writing, and I just was like, I have no idea about any of this, but like they're in like the way they talk about it, you're like, oh yeah, next episode, let's go. This is awesome. Like you get sucked into it. Like you can't help it. Like
it's like I watch a lot of, and you know, outside of the horror sphere, I watch a lot of reptile keepers, like Florida reptile keepers. I want to get gators. You know, you watch it and go, I want to get gators. But I'm like, that's not going to work out. Maybe I better not. do you know what I mean? Because they're so enthusiastic. They've built their huge enclosures. They're like proper loving in these things. The murder logs, and you're like, I want a puppy. I want a scaly puppy too.
A scaly puppy.
Yeah. They're so cute.
It's the enthusiasm that these people have for the animals, you know, and keeping them like you can't help but get bought in.
It's the Bob Ross effect, where you know it doesn't matter what you're painting. You're like, yeah, but you put a little happy tree over here, and it makes you like a little happy sunset, and you're like, man, I could make my own happy sunset. Thank you, Bob. Yes, let's do this. Like,
yeah,
that's why I was see a number of people I've spoken to is like, I couldn't do a podcast. I couldn't. Yes, you bloody can. Get out there, give it a bash. You don't know until you do it. And then a number of people say, this is great. This is great fun. And then I'm like, told you.
Yeah. No, I have a lot of people that show up to the stream. Like, I love their ideas on Twitter or Facebook, and I'm like, hey, you should start a podcast. And like, no, I can't. I don't want to look at myself. I hate how I sound. I'm like, I don't want to look at myself, and I hate how I sound. And here I am, and you're listening to me. Like, just put it out there, and you'll find that joy in whatever you're like doing. Like, it is infectious. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, and it's not narcissism. It's not ego. It's just creating, and I think that's the vibe we got from these movies. And again, that there was a joy in making them.
Yeah.
Like I was not expecting when I went into like Tremors 2, like that was a brilliant sequel. It managed to hold so much from the original movie, even after being a gap and a lot of the main characters no longer being involved. But they got the 3 main ones that you needed to make it work.
Yeah.
And that just sorry, two main obviously Earl and Bert, sorry. We had that random character once again. They tried to insert random Val replacement.
Was that Grady in
Tremors 2? Grady in Tremors 2,
yeah. But to me, from an outsider perspective, I thought of the Tremors saga, having only seen the first one. I was like, oh, it must be like a Sharknado type thing, because I see like 7 sequels, and I was like, oh, it must be just like silly, you know, fun type of thing. But then watching it, you know, it's nothing to do with like a Sharknado. Like it actually has like, you know, heart to it. It has like a storyline. great characters. It's not silly like that. There are times where it gets a little silly, but it's not like that. It definitely is. Yeah, great characters, good storyline, and yeah, definitely a lot of heart behind it.
Well, it started, and I feel it's best as an homage, as a parody of 50s B monster movies. Like Brent were huge nerds like back then, and they loved those movies, and they're like, "Hey, we want to make these, but make them make sense." And so original Tremors is a straight up parody of those movies, but because it's done with the heart and the, hey, we're gonna like make this serious, it lasts. It's something of a, I was gonna say like something about being a nerd and being a lore and being into that and like knowing the rules so you can flip them makes something bigger and better than if you were just playing it 100% straight. Having that, oh hey, we're kind of being tongue in cheek and having a little fun with this. It's like, oh okay, so we can play. Actually, play is the best way to describe that. You can be around with it.
That's something people have forgotten today in today's movies. That level of playfulness, like that was that definitely started coming in the end. Like if you look at even early 2000s movies, the playfulness kind of went out of them.
Oh yeah,
like the 90s was the last era of that notion of we're going to have a bit of fun with this. We don't have to subvert everyone's expectations, or we don't have to tear everything apart to build something new. You can
deconstruct.
That whole deconstruction nonsense.
I was saying with Tremors, like it's not that they were deconstruct. They're like, hey, okay, here are the things.
You know what I mean? Not outside of Tremors.
No, I know, but I was more like
movies. Yep.
Using that, like how they were deconstructing, but in the sense of like, yeah, but like here's what we love about it. Like you don't deconstruct like just to tear down the house. Like you go, I love the woodwork in this. I love the windows, but you know what? That door is shit, and we're gonna get rid of the door and we're gonna replace it. The shutters are not great, but so let's like put some blinds in or something. You like when I'm using a lot of house metaphors. When you know how to build the house, it's easier to like tear it down and make something better again. Like not just to tear it down for tear it down's sake.
Yeah, and that's what you're always meant to be doing anyway. If you're building onto something, you have to remember what people enjoyed in the first place. And this is one series of movies that, for 4 movies, like we think many franchises have lasted 4 movies without
I struggle to think of it.
Part 2. Most movies that are done by the third one, they've completely burnt out.
Like I can't. Like I said, you brought that up in an episode. I was like, man, yeah, like what to have that streak, like a 4-part streak, and the TV show. I love the TV show, so it's a 5-part streak technically. Like just like damn, not many things can do that. I have DVDs up here. I'm looking around trying to see.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
What?
Nightmare on Elm Street managed it.
Oh, okay. Honestly,
I mean, the original one, straight up horror. Second one was a bit quirky, but still had all the elements. The third one realized they can't frighten people anymore, so they went into the horror comedy. And even the fourth one was decent, but not the same. It was starting to go down then. But the fourth one was still a decent watch. 5 is hit and miss. I'm not a massive fan of it. A lot of people love it. The 6th one was just strange. And then it came back with a new nightmare. That was a 7-movie strip. But the managed right up to the 4th movie there, possibly into the 5th, they still managed to keep the aesthetics and the theme. That's the only thing I can think of in comparison. Because if you look at Friday the 13th, that's a weird. That's the continuity, and that's out the window. Halloween is shocking. That's my least favorite horror franchise, because it's just the continuity's all over the place. They even put in a random movie for the third one, which wasn't part of the franchise.
Either the witch.
Shoved it, yeah. It fits. And then the fans go, no, it doesn't. You're a dickhead. What?
Fuck you.
Yeah. Precious at all, studio people with your powerful positions, and it's funny how these people are so fragile. Like in their little zone, they're like some of the most powerful people on the planet in the Hollywood sphere. Yet they're so like they're made of glass.
I'm going to start talking about Universal. I'm fine. No, they do. I wanted to. Okay, so Colin, you talked about being a marketing guy, like for a while, and it made you want to murder babies.
I was work briefly. I'm actually a database administrator analyst by trade, and I worked in a marketing, in a marketing aspect because it was their CRM database. I was migrating into the new system.
But
God,
marketing all this power, yet they are incredibly fragile. Just like you said, like it is all of it. Like every movie that is made nowadays. Actually, Steve Wilson talks about this, where if it's not a movie or based on an existing, if it's not a book or based on an existing property, we don't want it. It's not. Get it out of here. It's not, and this is all marketing, like 100%. And actually, Steve tells a story about like him and Brent were at Disney, and they were meeting with a guy at Disney about making a movie. And literally in the middle of the meeting, someone came in and were like, "Hey, so this guy's fired. Meeting's over," because they had been replaced by a marketing executive. And then from then on out, they could tell anytime they went to go make a movie, oh, okay, no, is it a book or is it a pre-existing property? Then get it out of here. And it's all like, it's just marketing people look at their wonderful little spreadsheet and they say, well, it has to meet X, Y, and Z. And if it doesn't, then why are we making it? And it's just like, oh my, that's because you keep talking about movies in this day and age and where did movies with fun go to? And it's like, well, marketing people don't like that. They don't think that it sells enough boxes. Mm-hmm. So don't get them anymore. Like that's where it's so like it's nice to see that being a kid and like having a Marvel movie or a Batman movie and it being like low budget, but now we have like, oh, now we get a $200 million Batman movie. The kid in you is like, that's awesome, but we've lost all of the mid-level movies that we used to get, like Tremors.
Oh that's
Tremors was made for $11 million, which is completely unheard of today, to be like, yeah, no, we'll give you that money and like go with it. Like now it's like it is literally basically an indie budget or $500 million, and there's no in between because
that's why South Korea and Japan are kicking arse at the moment. There's Godzilla -1, $11 million. $11 million.
What was I reading that like someone said like no, it wasn't even made for that. Like someone said it was like made for like 15 million or something, and the director came and he was like, 15 million? No, we did not have that much money, like at all, like not even close, like maybe 1.5 million, but like not like that's, and this is something that I've learned in making my own Tremors movie, and also everything that I've learned from Stampede and making a Tremors movie is that money is not the thing that makes a movie magical. Like right. Having a lack of money actually makes you super creative. And like, how do we create, like, how do we make something without having any money? In fact, the entire idea for Tremors with a monster that's under the ground comes from the fact of we don't have to show the monster. Like we can make the puppet and it comes up during a big moment, but most of the time it's just under the ground and there's little things that we can show to allude to it, but we don't have to spend all this money to make it. And like it is 100% a really cheap idea done, beautifully.
Yeah, and what does this? It's this talent. That's the story writing. You need the story writing first, and then you need the people to sell it. You need the meat puppets to sell it.
Yeah.
You get those two things sorted. That's it. everything else is sort of icing on the cake. Like another one of the team member Dale and I have been going through the Peter Jackson series of movies.
Oh yeah.
I was obviously starting from Bad Taste up until we're going to be doing the Lovely Bones next.
Oh.
You look at those movies and oh my god, like for the budgets,
right? Like it's all and like especially with effects work. If you're making an effects heavy movie, which is usually a monster movie, is usually effects heavy.
Monster or horror, that's the whole thing. It's the effects and the.
You have to know it beforehand. You have to know where you're going. So then your whole planning process is you do it out before. They actually talk, the Stampede people talk, everything for Tremors 1, 2, 3, 4, storyboarded, all to hell. Absolutely every single moment you have to know, so that way you know how to frame it in the shot, how you can make the direction work for it to make that happen. And if you're just making it up on the fly, it doesn't work. You're like, you can't just, we'll fix it in post. We'll just put some CG on it, fix it in post. It's like, no, you got to see that before.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that seems to be the attitude now. They're in front of a green screen soundstage and they do it all afterwards, and then they wonder why the stuff comes out looking like absolute shit for hundreds of millions. And you're like, geez.
You got to start somewhere. Like you get a good story. It's always good story, good characters. Everything follows after that. Like it has to be that.
But what gets me, this franchise had the potential to run on forever. Where did it go? Where did it start? There's elements of cap, but there's somewhere along the line, even from the sequel from part 2, this thing was going wrong. They couldn't get the continuity. That's obviously Burt Gummer Burt Gummer's character is great, but for a long run franchise, he's obviously going to get older. They never had the passing of the torch or the building up of the new team. This should have been. We should be in Tremors 10 or 11 right now.
Yeah, my opinion is that they failed to build up that cast around him. They tried with Jamie Kennedy. I think I called him Jamie Alexander by mistake last session. But they tried with Jamie Kennedy, and he had his moments and stuff like that. You know, there was an interesting dynamic that they kind of touched upon, but didn't really pursue it enough. But then he wasn't there in 7, especially at the key moment, which we talked about. But even besides him, they needed more people. Like the first couple of Tremors movies had a whole community of people, and you liked all of them. They were all likable. You cared about all of them. There was no one in Tremors 5, 6, and 7 outside of Burt and possibly Trevor that you cared about, and you needed that. You needed a community of people. I think to me, that's where they started to fail. Was starting with 5, just not building up those other characters.
I would agree so much. I'm sorry. Like my heart is just like I can feel everything you guys are going through because I've been there. And it's just like, yeah, right. Like and I have to. It's money. You want the reason. The reason is money. So they made the first Tremors, and it technically flopped at the cinema because it only made $16 million. But then this magical new thing came out called VHS, and fucking Tremors sold like crazy. Like from what I've understood, Tremors made about $50 million in VHS. Like Tremors 1, like immediately.
Wow.
Like, and so then the Universal home video department, which was brand new at the time, was like, oh hey, like this seems to work. Let's like make a Tremors 2. And that was where it was supposed to be a theatrical release. It was like a $14.6 million budget, and that would have
Bacon.
Yeah, and Reba come back. But the only way they were going to give them the $14 million is if Kevin and Reba came back. And because they didn't, they were like, well, this is now it's a direct-to-video thing. And so you kind of like they worked what they could for it and like put it out there and made a movie. And that's where, again, Stampede was like, hey, we made a great movie. That was it. Like we did what we could. Then Universal came back and were like, which is about 5 or 6 years later, it was like, oh look, that last one sold gangbusters again. I saw a trailer that said Tremors 2 made 300% return on investment.
Wow.
For what it put out. And so they were like, yeah, like let's make a Tremors 3, but then we're gonna end it. This is the final movie and that's it. We're like, and this is Universal saying, like, we're not gonna give you any more money for this. That's the last one. So Stampede was like, okay, we'll make a trilogy and we'll wrap it up. And then literally like a month later after it released, they're like, but we want a TV show now. And so they're like, well, you just told us we were. So like I totally understand this, like, why didn't they build things up more? It's like, well, because every single time they're like, no, that's it, you're just making this one and that's it. So you end up focusing on trying to make those characters work. You're not like building anything. The fact that they were able to work on the pieces before and kind of build something is a miracle of their like storytelling skills. But it's always like Universal is always like, yeah, no, we really, really want that. Okay, we got it. No, we don't want it anymore. Stop. You're done.
That makes sense.
You want more?
Yeah, but that's studio. That's these bean counters. The can't see beyond the end of their nose. Like, these are supposed to be people that project and look into the future, and for some reason they can't. Like that's as far as they can see, and it's the same as large companies. We want people. Every job ad you look at, we want innovators. Are you innovative? A problem solver? And think outside the box. Every friggin' ad they put out for positions, and yet they want the exact opposite.
Yeah. Oh.
And you're like, just say what you mean. Are you a box ticker with no imagination? And then they'll get the right people, and then they'll be happy. Why do they have to lie about
a robot?
Yeah.
Boop.
We're creative and inventive in the future, and the friggin' not. And the thing is, I think at least more people are understanding that now. I think the indie scene needs to really explode. Like, there's such a missed opportunity, but then once in the indie scene people start getting a bit of traction, then others start turning them down and getting jealous and nasty, and you're like, what the hell?
We're all the same here. Like, come on. I really feel like the rise of YouTube, and then I hate streaming services, but the rise of more streaming services and apps has made it like, okay, hey, like I can just put it out there. Like, the whole reason I was like, I'm gonna make a Tremors movie was like, I can just put it on fucking YouTube. Who gives a shit? Like, it doesn't, like, you try to sell it as much as you can and push it out there, but it's like it takes nothing to put a movie out there.
Yeah.
It used to be you'd have to go to theaters, you'd have to go to VHS, you'd have to go to DVD. Now we have hey, look, we're here talking.
You can get print on demand DVD services now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can actually sell physical media, the same as print and demand books.
Yeah.
So you don't have to have the capital now.
No.
To have a warehouse full of stuff that may or may not sell.
Like, I've looked
not that good.
Trying to like, hey, I could actually make a DVD, even if I made one DVD just for myself, just because. But it's still like, oh, you can. It takes nothing. We've reached. That's the one good thing about capitalism. I'm not a huge capitalism fan, but just like, we should always be making it easier for the people after us. It's not about like, oh, I had to suffer, so you have to suffer too. It's like, oh, no, hey, look, I suffered. Now you have to do a little less, but then you make it easier for the next person after you. Like, it's always that's
but
having.
The thought is, and this is where it's went wrong with people. You're meant to progress, so you're meant to be looking to the next thing. But people have just stopped and rested on their laurels.
Yeah.
And that's where it doesn't matter what the system is. You can call it whatever you want. System's only good as the people who take part.
Yeah.
And when people don't play, understand the system or what their requirements are, or take the responsibilities, that's where everything falls apart. And it doesn't matter what it is. And now what we've got are just these, and this has been going on for 10 years. People just have rested on their laurels, have went into positions they have not earned. And there's nothing more aggressive than the grifter. And the grifters are being called out, and they don't like it. That's why they're this whole backlash, because they're being called out on their shit. And the fact that they're spending 200-300 million on movies that are shit, and people are coming along in the indie scene and doing much better. Oh, by the way, they came back from summers due out this week or next week. First showing of it. So looking forward to that. There's Acrostar Films, one of our
yeah.
friends, friends of the channel. They crowdfund every movie, and they look brilliant, and they're a lot of fun, and you have a good time watching them.
Yeah.
And studios are spending 300 million plus, and they look like absolute shit, and you hate them. And you just wonder, where the hell's that money going? How many back pockets are getting filled with wads and notes? Because it doesn't make sense.
The shoes, you can hear the shoes in the dryer.
Yeah. That's the way I watch movies now. I see modern Hollywood movies. That's the way I watch it. That's just what I'm thinking.
I think it was the Tremors 6 episode that you said that the first time, and I was like, I cannot believe that you have just gone through these movies and you fucking found exactly what I think is the problem right there. I am 99.99% sure that the reason that there are still Tremors movies and they kept making Tremors movies is something to do with taxes or write-offs or
probably rights as well, because was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday I did a 24-hour where I just don't sleep. I have a weird sleep pattern. So I'm going on Shay's channel next month. So I just did the entire Hellraiser series. 10 movies in a row.
Wow.
And if you had to see me in the stream last night, I'm like this. Eyes are unstalked. And even Steve said to me afterwards, you need to go to bed, mate. I'm like, I know, I can do this.
you're
Putting pins in your head. Yeah.
Jesus. What that I would
that
do.
was all a fight. All those last 5
Holy
sequels are about Dimension Films trying to keep the rights from Clive Barker, who wanted them back. I have a funny feeling that Universal didn't want Stampede to take back the rights, the Tremors, because there's a guy I read called Goldratt back in the day. Now he's an engineer, not really engineer, but he had this thing called the Theory of Constraints book. Check it out, especially if you're into engineering and processes. Fantastic books. The clouds are the cloud system. Evaporating the cloud is all the problems that occur, and you evaporate the cloud to get rid of them. Absolutely fantastic series, especially problem solving. Just it could be applied to anything, not just engineering. But one of the things one of his books was talking about why do companies buy other companies? What's a factor you have to put in? And it's, well, if you own it, the competition can't have it. So if you own something, then the competition can't make something from it. It's the same as large supermarket chains buying up plots of land and not doing anything with them, because then their competitors can't build on it. Big supermarket over here, they get into a shopping mall because then their competitor can't. Even if it's a loss leader, they're still keeping their market share by not letting someone else, and that's entertainment. If they'll rather hold a property and do a shit job on it than the competitor, another studio, take that property and make a better show from it.
Because that's a competitor then that has more money and more clout and can fight back against them. And
but even if they don't have more money, more clout, say another studio took on Tremors. Say Blumhouse, for example, took on Tremors,
which they tried,
and you Stampede. You know what I mean? Stampede got their the IP back, and then they went to Blumhouse, and Blumhouse they went, yeah, no problem, you make it. You know what you're doing. Both, there's some money, maybe not as much as Universal would give, but even with the Blumhouse's distribution, boom, that's a hit.
Oh yeah.
Who was Universal? Oh, do you remember the Universal ones? Oh, well, forget about those. Here's the new canon. And then 20 Tremors movies later, with a proper handover, the Universal one. Oh, they were nice. Remember those?
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about vision for the future. That right there is mine. Like that, I would love to make Universal name that is like, what? Who are they again? What were they? Did they do stuff like that? Because
Well, they did the Universal monsters back in the day. They were fun, but yeah,
they which they anything with, man. Like, I want a Frankenstein and a Dracula and a vampire movie, and I want Abbott and Costello there too. But apparently, that's too much to ask. No, I that's you are so right, and it makes me so mad sometimes. It is my major point of contention when it comes to Tremors, is that I can tell that somebody somewhere sees the dollar signs and they're like, no, we're not going to let you have it, and they keep somebody from making something a lot better with it. Which
right.
Oh, go ahead. I heard somebody.
Yeah, no, I was just agreeing with you.
Agreeing with you, isn't that right?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of settings do that. There's a setting that I like for fantasy for like Dungeons and Dragons is a setting that it's not being used. The IP is not being used at all, but yet the Hasbro, who owns Wizards of the Coast, they refuse to let anyone else do anything with it. So it just sits there dormant, and it's just just say, if you don't want it, that's fine. Like, sell it to someone.
The taking the ball and playing with it. Like, oh no, I'm not.
Take my ball and go home. Yeah.
And I really like Dungeons and Dragons movie. I just have to say that as an aside.
I like that one too. Yeah, I think that was good.
I haven't got around seeing it yet. I've been talked around though because
it's fun.
True to the
yeah. But so okay, there's a spoiler I'm gonna get. So for Tremors the series, there is this concept introduced called Mixmaster, and it allows the DNA of different species to come together and make brand new monsters. There's a plantiple, there's a bacteria cloud that's a ghost, there's a giant shrimp that happens. And I have this personal pet theory that, because this is when I could tell Universal started to be like, oh no, we're gonna get rid of Stampede, was that I think that Stampede came up with this idea for Mixmaster. And Universal went like, oh, that can actually so that's more than just a Graboid, a Shrieker, and an Ass Blaster. We can make like a bunch of these different monsters and toys, and like we can sell the fuck out of these. I look at it as like a horror Pokemon collection. If technically if you had this IP for Tremors, Mixmaster's a part of it, and you can go, yeah, no, I want a Jaguar and a cactus mixed together, and it's Jactus, and I want a bird and bird, and like you could make a horror version of Pokemon, and like so much, like made so much money that it's like, oh my god, if you did an adult version of that, people would just like, here's my money, I want it. Like that's, I'm wearing a Tremors.
Be collectors, you'd be collecting them with.
Yeah, and I this is what started me on this like 3 years ago in January, almost 4 years ago now. Of just like, I think a marketing person or somebody saw that and was like, oh my god, we need that. Maybe we're not going to use it right now, but we need that because that's going to make us so much money later on. And they worked to push Stampede out so then they could have singular control over this billion idea.
Idiotic. That's the classic story of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. That's killing the goose.
That's in the whole farmhouse for as far as
I'll use another TV show, not horror related, but obviously everyone remembers Breaking Bad. Do you remember the whole scene that led up to Say My Name in the desert?
Oh yeah.
Right. So Walter White's having the negotiation. Okay, what, for 30%? It's like, yeah, but for 30% of what I'm offering, you will make 200% more than what you are now with what you have. Why the fuck? If these marketing people are so clever and we're just internet nerds, you know what I mean? What do we know?
Huh? You know.
I need to get a toy. That's what I need to get. One of them toy pipes to be. Well, actually,
I think a monocle would be great.
Got the right shape head for it. Well, actually, no, but where's the thing? Okay, so Stampede are the goose that has the golden eggs. They're the ones with the ideas. They're the ones that are invested in the franchise. So we don't have to allocate resources. As in, now they have to allocate their own creative team, their own writers, blah blah blah. So it's not like getting rid of Stampede. All of a sudden, it just writes itself. They didn't replace Stampede with Stampede AI. So they had to bring their own creative team who aren't invested in this franchise. Let them go. Guess what? Return on investment. Okay, decent. Okay, we'll give you a bit more money, but we want 80% of the toy rights. Boom, boom, boom. Like I said, Tremors 11, Tremors 12 will be out now with the merchandise and the fan base with goodwill. Yeah.
No,
What
you
have
would.
they done now? They've run it into the ground with 7 movies. Because this is really going nowhere now.
No, and it's what you said. It makes me really sad. So for the 5th movie, like Stampede was writing it for 10 years. They had like 7, 8 drafts of the 5th. Universal was like, yeah, we want it. No, we don't. Yeah, we want it. No, we don't. Yeah, we want it. No, we don't. Back and forth, back and forth. But they still kept writing it until eventually the Stampede Entertainment's right of first refusal clause expired. And then the Universal went like, oh yeah, no. We actually don't need you, and we're just gonna make it anyway. And they told Stampede, they're like, okay, look, you can be a part of the 5th movie, in name. We'll put your names on it and stuff, but you don't get to have any control. You're not producing anything. You're not writing anything. You're not directing. And they went like, look, the only reason we were able to make these movies originally was because we had the creative control. Like, and if we don't have any control, please like take our names off of it. Like, and it's like, no, like that's not. And it's so sad because I've met Don Michael Paul and the guy that made the director of Tremors 5, 6, and 7. Really a nice guy. And I've said this since the beginning of my podcast that, like, if you took Don Michael Paul's like eye, like his directorial eye, and you put him under the supervision of Stampede Entertainment and had them writing or a better writer, those movies would be amazing because they look so good.
I was going to say the quality of between 4 and 5, like visually, 5 looked so good.
And we saw it for Tremors Fest. We saw it in theaters, and it did like the jump from 4 to 5, and they all did like 1, 2, 3, and 4 looked great for being produced for the small screen. When you blew it up, they looked great. But then 5, 6, and 7, you're like, whoa, this guy has like an eye, and I mean like a directorial eye, a vision, like cinematically, like it looks amazing. But then you're like, yeah, when I examine it, it's dog shit. So it's like if you take that and you put a competent director underneath Stampede's vision,
that's the director's job. The job is the director to translate what's there, not to create. This strange blurring has happened where the director now is the writer and the creator, and it never works out. Look at Ridley Scott at the moment. Ridley Scott has shit the bed in terms of the Aliens franchise. Frank Miller, he thought he was a big doodah when Sin City came out, and then I'll just do it all myself. And then the Spirit just absolutely, that guy's multi-millionaire, doesn't need to do anything. Comics still selling, but still, there's examples of I'll do it all. James Cameron. I'm coming back to the Terminator franchise. I'm going to save it, do it all myself. Yeah, where's that now? Do you know what I mean? The director's job is to translate into what's written down and what the vision is on the screen. That's all they're expected to do. This strange notion that they have to be the writer and the creator, it's idiotic.
Well, especially when you consider it's a team effort to have one person doing it all. Is like, yeah, that's negating how this is everybody. There's a coalescing here of ideas and minds. Like we're all working together on this. Like it doesn't work.
No, you can't just do it by yourself. It's in yourself you've created. It's.
I laugh because my wife is my director or whatever, she's a cinematographer, and she's always like, I can make the shots look good, but you have to tell me what I need to do to accomplish it. Like, what are you looking for? I'm I'm like, oh, well, okay, this is the effects. This is what we're going. Oh, okay, I got that now. And you rewatch it.
Yeah.
But you need to have a vision, and then even like working together should be like, oh no, I see a better angle here. I see a better shot. I'm like, take it. I don't need to. You're right there behind the camera, so if you see something better, you go for it, and you work together. That's where I love the fact that, and I always call it Stampede Entertainment, because it's Steve and Brent and Nancy and Ron. It's these four people. Like, oh hey, okay, you know what? That doesn't work. I'm gonna trade off with you. And okay, but here's what I'm seeing. Oh, and that's actually really good. And you trade your visions back and forth, and it makes the art.
Can't buy that.
Better. Yeah.
You can't buy that rapport. You can't fake it.
No.
That's it's the same as the team we have here, and I see as Chris and Dale and Steve and obviously Cameron and I started this 4 years ago. God sakes, I'm saying, but every member of the team brings something different, and the ideas and the discussions afterwards, and that's also the enthusiasm. You can't buy that. You can't fake it. You can't rent it in. It has to be organic, and when you have that, you don't let it go. You know what I mean? You treasure it. And these corporate idiots, because they don't have a creative bone in their body, it's they can't see, like I said, they can't see the big picture. They can't see down the line. They just see the next month, and that's it. And they do all these idiotic things, and they're destroying their own products, and it's happening across the board.
It's so with Tremor 7, that thing that happens to Tremor 7, if Jamie Kennedy had been there, I wouldn't have hated it so much, because it's that idea. Like I said, we got Michael Gross, and we got Jamie Kennedy, and then you got Don Michael Paul, the director. So you'd almost be like, okay, you three are like working together here. You made that 5th movie, now you made the 6th one. Let's keep going to the 7, and maybe you're all learning from each other. Actually, it's more so maybe you two are learning from Michael Gross, and there's this teamwork thing that happens. So then coming into Tremor 7 is like, oh, Jamie Kennedy's not there. We're just gonna pretend like it doesn't matter. It's like, look, man, the only reason I was sort of buying this shit you were putting down was that you were building it, and then the minute you're like, nah, we're done with that toy, and you go somewhere else, you're like, nah, then I don't fucking care. And like please stop. And when you find out too that Jamie wanted to come back, but Universal was only going to pay him less than he made on Tremors 5, like actually less.
That's what happened. Gotcha.
He actually released like a 30-minute video. Like Jamie Kennedy just talking to the camera about why I'm not in Tremors 7, and it was like, yeah, they paid me the regular rate for Tremors 5, and then I came back for Tremors 6, and they actually upped my salary, upped my bonuses, and then they went like, oh, we're gonna make Tremors 7, but we're gonna pay you less than you made on Tremors 5, and he was like, yeah, but you're like expecting me to be the new face of the franchise, and like I'm Burt Gummer's son, and yet you're still gonna somehow pay me less.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk. And I don't have much respect for Jamie Kennedy. Like, I don't hate him either. It's more but
he didn't sell it to me as the Travis character.
Yeah.
It really didn't land with me. I think because they've tried twice, didn't they? They tried with Grady's character, and then they tried again. Who was the other one? Not Steve. Jack.
Jack.
Yeah, they inserted that character.
Yeah.
To me, they should have had the Travis character. They should have had in their head, okay, here's where it's coming in. And not with the prospect of getting rid of Burt Gummer's character, but the prospect of building on for at least 3-4 more movies before they're handing over the torch.
Yeah.
Have a younger guy.
Yeah, but Burt still could have led the team for 3-4 movies and then went into the old mentor, and even as he got older, could have stepped back, ran the control desk.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
On the CB radio, ran the fucking control desk.
Roger that, Rosie.
Why the fuck? Anyway, we're sitting here just bearding away online, and we've got better ideas than these paid professionals who are paid stupid amounts of money.
So, speaking of which, if they did make a Tremors 8, I have.
Is this a crazy theory?
It is. I have an idea for Tremors 8.
Let's do a crazy theory. It's a theory. It's a Chris. It's a theory. Crazy Chris. Crazy Chris.
Chris's crazy theory.
I apologize, Levi. I don't mind wasting Colin's time, but I apologize ahead of time for you.
Let's do it.
So my thought is this. I feel like in order to save the franchise, you need Kevin Bacon back. And he said as recently as January of last year that he's just waiting for the call. He wants to do it. Obviously, he filmed the pilot. He's invested. He's ready. So I think this is how you could bring him back in. What has Val been doing all these years, right? So the Tremors wiki says that he's married to Rhonda LeBeck and he had the daughter Valerie McKee. His current location is unknown, but they may be living in New York. So and then it also says later on, it's implied that they got divorced at some point, apparently in the series. So we haven't seen the TV show yet. So I'm going to ask Levi in a second if that's what his thought is too. But I'm thinking like the pilot to the TV show gave us some more information. It says that the killer graboid worms that nearly destroyed Perfection Nevada 25 years ago at that point are back, and the town's only hope for survival is Valentine McKee, Kevin Bacon, who beat them once. But to do it again, they'll have to overcome age, alcohol, and a delusional hero complex. So I started thinking, well, like, wow, he's living in New York. He's divorced. His daughter, Val, who's very intelligent, we met her in Tremors 6. She went to Oregon State University. Now, Oregon State University, as we all know, has an average tuition of $13,494, which is only slightly above the national average. So why is someone who's very intelligent going to a state school? He was Val Valentine was having financial problems because of alcoholism and because he lives in New York, which I personally know is very expensive to live in. So I feel he had hit hard times, and that's why his daughter had to go to a state school. So the last part of that pilot says delusional hero complex. I think he's been chasing Bert around, trying to get back into the game. The only time he was ever famous when he got the girl was because of the graboids. That's what made his life good. So he's trying to get back into the game. He's always a step behind. He went to Africa after it was too late because Bert took care of things already. He went to Arctic. It was too late. He is going to go and find what's left over of Bert. And I said in my last theory, Bert has actually been in the egg sac, metamorphosizing into something. And he's going to discover Grabbertoid, a.k.a. the human ass blaster. And that's going to be the theme of the movie. And it's going to be Tremors 8, shaken and stirred. There you go. And that's my theory. Tremors 8.
Shaken and stirred. That actually sounds bloody good. And there you go. There's
Yes.
And there's another crazy.
But that, you know what? Fuck it. Sure.
Still better than Universal. There's another crazy theory, which we'll take right on to the next segment.
The idea of Kevin Bacon, like, following Michael Burt around, just always like, oh, I'm in for this time. I will get him the next time.
I just missed it.
There you go, folks. Always intelligent, that show. And that was another crazy theory. It's a theory. It's a Chris. It's a theory. Crazy Chris. Crazy Chris.
Chris's crazy theory.
Oh my god!
I know you have to bounce soon, Chris.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I could jump back on if you guys are still talking in a few minutes.
I think we'll be here for
yeah.
a minute or two yet.
Otherwise, I'm dying to hear Levi's thoughts on the future, and your movie looks awesome.
Well, thank you,
Levi. This has just been an honor to speak with you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Oh my god, yeah. No, I will. I have thoughts about your Chris's crazy theory too. That I'll save till you come back, like because that's. God damn it!
All right. Hopefully, I'll see you guys a little bit.
Right, okay, man. Right. Okay. See you shortly.
I did. I'll buy that. That
actually, that's what I mean. He actually has more production. He takes this whole bloody podcast and better ideas.
I think it was Tremors 6 where he started saying the thing about like because he was inside the graboid, and then that was like making him turn into one. That I was like, you know what? That's actually a better story than what we got. I'll take that. I'm fine with that.
I like the idea of Burt Gummer having a connection to the graboids and get sense him and stuff. Just because of the being inside. I'm like, oh yeah,
why not? Like. There's been crazier things. These are giant underground worms that turn into dinosaur chickens, that turn into dinosaurs that fly with farts. And what the fuck, man? I don't know. Who are we to say what's real or plausible? Like
that's that whole idea of different monsters and the fact that there's been government agencies like trying to play with them and experiment. Like there's a whole can of worms here that could be opened, and this could have been never ending.
It really can't.
And I just don't understand. I know why. Like I said, my theory, until somebody tells me different, it's the idiots who have just got shoved into these positions who don't deserve to be there. But how can we, Hollywood isn't the be-all and end-all. How do we get people convinced to start supporting indie projects? Like Stampede Entertainment should have a crowdfunding mechanism. They should have enough love now that people know they've got integrity. They should be able to make projects now outside of Hollywood.
Oh yeah, like it's not even Tremors. Like
no, that's what I mean. They've got to have other.
Like they've made a Short Circuit. Like the Johnny Five thing. That's all them.
Mm-hmm.
There's Heart and Souls, which is a Robert Downey Jr. movie that I absolutely love.
I'm going to tell you how old I am.
No.
No. I played the Short Circuit game on the Spectrum ZX128.
I don't even know what it is.
When it was released.
I don't. I'm sorry. That's okay. No, but they have such vision for actually. I went to a reading last year for Brent and Steve wrote a new script called Blank Slate, and they did a reading of it in Chicago, and it was about these five or six people that wake up with no memory of why they're there, and they have to piece together. Like they're in the middle of a cabin in the middle of the woods, and they all don't trust each other, and they got to piece together what happened to, like, why the fuck are we in a cabin in the middle of the woods?
I just played a role-playing game of that on Monday on Infinite Monkey Tales. That's a channel. It's we're currently doing the Alien RPG at the moment, but it was called Lock In 5 in a Bunker. It's a Call of Cthulhu adventure. We just played that out. 5 of us all had amnesia and woke up, and it turns, was absolutely fun. We were all role-playing out, what would happen, and the GM's dropping his little private messages about certain parts of the plot that started coming back to us.
Oh,
and the paranoia and all coming in, and that was just 5 of us role playing. That was so much fun. That's a great concept.
It was a great concept, and it would make a great movie. But I told him afterwards, it's like, oh my god, this would be a great stage show, like a great play, like just 5-6 people on stage remembering bits and putting the mystery together. And it's actually it's got one of my favorite F-bomb jokes in it. And, it beats out Kevin Bacon's "fuck you," where they're all trying to remember. You can go, oh, there's that word. What's that word that you can go something yourself. And they're like, for the first half of the movie, they're like trying to figure it out. And then finally, this Swedish chick comes in who's also lost her memory, and she just drops and fuck all of you. And all the other ones go like, oh, that's the word. And then we're like little kids who just discovered a new word again, and they're just dropping fucking the F-bombs everywhere. It's just so like endearing and sweet, and I absolutely love it. But they're still making movies and scripts. There was one for a movie called Night Crew, which they described as Tremors in a Building, where basically some janitors like find a monster, and the monster like chases them up the building, and they got to fight it as they work their way up the building. It's like, that would be awesome. There's one with like a space Noah's Ark. That's all Steve has told me, and I'm like, okay, fucking give me. I want to throw money at you. Like, that's my like.
Mm-hmm.
One of my Steve has written several books, but one of them was Tucker's Monster, where this guy thinks that there's a dinosaur in the Amazon, and he brings along like a writer. Why can't I think of that word? Like someone to pen his adventures, and they just get up into a whole bunch of bullshit while trying to find a dinosaur. Like, and it's called Tucker's Monster. I absolutely love this one. And, like, there's no shortage of ideas and like people trying to put them out there. So it's just
new ideas as well, not just retreads.
Yeah, like there's Steve wrote 2 other books. Actually, he just got one here. Hold on. Frady Cats 1 and Frady Cats 2. Where Frady Cats 1 is 2 cats that make Frankenstein's monster happen, and then the other. Oh my god, I don't know what book. I can't tell on the screen.
I know it's weird with the thing. Yeah,
is the Frady Cats and the Mummy, where they bring the mummy back to life. Like, you can, even with an unoriginal property, you can like twist and work your ways around it. And yeah, the mid-budget movie has disappeared from our ranks, and it's the reason we have such middling fare to watch anymore. And that's my lament. That's my Levi's lament corner.
That'll be a good one, actually. Yeah, but how do we get? I think we need to move away from Hollywood. I genuinely think Hollywood is not the. People think it's the epitome of entertainment, but movies can be made anywhere now. In fact, we've got more opportunity with technology to make movies. I don't understand why there's this addiction. Even Hollywood doesn't film in Hollywood most of the time. They film in other locations, so I don't understand why. I don't need A-list actors. In fact, Peter Jackson's proved he can take mid-range, the mediocre actors, and get the best.
Well, yeah, mediocre. Like, yeah. I mean,
look at the Lord of the Rings cast. Most of those actors are mediocre and have absolutely no staying power outside that universe. Because I just reviewed King Kong there last week. Peter Jackson single-handedly got the best performance out of Jack Black, who can only act as Jack Black.
Yeah. And
he actually got a performance out of him.
So I love Black too, and I would agree with that. Like, that is one of Jack Black's best performances. Like, I love King Kong. Like, that's
not Hollywood. That's not money. That's just somebody with a vision.
Yeah, like, bring it out of people. Like, that's because I've grown up in. I've done community theater around Iowa since I was a kid, and there's no like you say mediocre actors, and what I would call it is actors who just aren't paid as much.
No, but I mean, Lord of the Rings, outside of Lord of the Rings movies, a lot of those actors have no presence. They've no,
I know
no range.
I
don't mean as in money. Money is irrelevant. Like, if you're passionate about what you do, you don't need to be superstar, megastar with 5 mansions and it's all relative. Look at Michael Caine recently, who had to regretfully retire last year at the age of 91. He didn't need to be acting anymore, but loves the two. Last night we were talking about Clint Eastwood, like that. Looks of Sir Anthony Hopkins. There's loads of actors. It's not about the money; it's about enjoying it. Sir Christopher Lee, they're somebody who absolutely did not need the act because of his background and special forces. Set for life with a military pension.
The back is.
Yeah.
No, just to use a relevant one, Michael Gross. Michael Gross he just turned 76 last year, and people always think like, oh, they had to kill off Burt Gummer because Michael Gross doesn't want to act anymore. And you can literally ask him. I asked him at last year's Tremors Fest. He's like, no, I would come do Burt again. I don't care, and I do it until I'm dead. Until they have to wheel me onto set, I don't care. I have so much fun doing that. I'll do it forever. And it's like, that's when you have the passion for it, like let it happen. Like the Stampede people, all like 70 years old, and they're like, no, we still want to keep making movies. We're still writing, we're still producing when we can. Like, we still want to make stuff. Like, our age doesn't matter, our passion does. Like,
Dario Argento made a movie last year. He's 88 years of age.
Holy shit! Yeah, exactly.
Still, I want to make another movie. If you're passionate about being a creative person, you want to create.
You said Ridley Scott. I think Ridley Scott's like 70, 75 years old. And whatever his movies are, he's still like, oh, I'm still going to make a movie. Like, okay, buddy. Good for you. Like, just put it out there. Like, it doesn't, like, I was going to say, I'm 33. I'm only 33 years old. I'm a little baby. But it's still like, it doesn't matter.
That's why you still open your eyes.
Sorry. I know that damn fucking hope bullshit. But it doesn't matter whether you're 33 or 83, as long as you're able to give that passion and I think acting is one of those, acting and movie making in general is one of those things that you can do up until you're basically dead. Because unlike my regular job of like construction or anything where you're like physically working, what you really need for that is your brain. And your brain, for most people, unless you got dementia or Alzheimer's, is pretty good up until you die.
But here, if you exercise your brain, then you've less chance of getting dementia. It's when you switch off.
Well,
yeah, it's when you stop thinking or stop trying. It's like if don't lead an active lifestyle, you start to seize up, etc., etc. It's the same with your brain. That keeps you. If you see somebody has a young outlook, it's because they keep exercising, they keep the brain going, they keep thinking. They don't give up because they're told to give up. Oh, you're over a certain age. What are you doing on YouTube? Sort of thing. Why?
Yeah, over age. What are you doing here? What are you? What?
Well, my answer, lads, fuck you. I'm gonna hear you. Mean if I have to sit here at a commode pissing and shitting myself, that's what keeps me going and keeps that take it off. Chris talks about it as well. It's like his job doesn't give him a creative outlet, so this is a chance that to talk about things, to put your energy out there, and that's more valuable than all the money in the world.
I actually had something the other day where I found a way to work my dad into my Tremors movie, and I was like, "Hey, Pappy, I need some time to like go out."
I saw that the trailer, guest starring Pappy, and he comes up in the car.
Yeah. Which I told him too. I was like, I can put your real name on it if you want. It's just featuring Pappy is so adorable. He's like, no, I love it. Keep it. And I was like, but we were out there filming that part where he gets like eaten and taken down, and he did it 3 times. He did 3 takes of that. Like went down to the ground, and I was like, oh, thank you so much. You don't have to like. It's amazing that you're going like to town on this. And he started telling me like he's like, yeah, we were driving. Because I work with him. We actually work together. It's a family business. And he's like, we were driving past a funeral home the other day, and it was packed up. And I found out that was Skip Calloway's funeral. And I used to know him in school. He's an old truck driver friend of mine. And, I think Skip was only like 63 years old, and he just died. And so, when you were like, hey, you want to come out and do this? I was like, yeah, because it means I'm alive. And it means I can do stuff. And, like, I'm out here doing it, and as much as I love Skip, I'm still pumping blood, and I still got something to look back on. And I was like, and I was really glad that I was recording it too, of him just telling me this story. I was like, that's a really, like, thank you, A, for being here, but that's a great way to think about it. It's like, hey, if I'm doing this, it means I'm not dead, so let's keep doing it. Like, that's
what the hell, you know, I mean, but a bonding time and making something freaking brilliant, you know.
Yeah.
That's,
I
you
have
can't buy that. That's
Yeah.
something you
No.
cannot pay for. You cannot buy.
That's where I've been trying to. I have. I have one last scene that I need to film for the movie, and it's a boardroom scene with a whole bunch of people in it. And I'm just trying to get all of my friends and everyone I can into it as possible, because it's like, no, no, no. I want you to, like, be in this and to enjoy this. And then when it's all done and then you're looking back on it, you're like, whoa, I was in a Tremors movie. And it's like, yeah, you fucking were, right? Like, it's so simple. Like, I actually did that with the trailer. It says in association with Ostrich Colony Comics, which is just a friend of mine that I was just like, I just threw that in there as a, like, he's been so helpful that I was like, I will fucking put it in. It was his birthday yesterday too, so I was like, in association with Ostrich Colony Comics, and he was like, whoa, we get an association with credit? I was like, yeah, I'm making the movie, so I get to put whatever the fuck I want in there. And I love what you do, so yes, of course you do. But you can't, you're exactly right. There is no monetary value on that. It is just cool. Yeah, you're in this. You're a part of this. Actually, to that credit, so in Tremors 3 and Tremors 4, there's Steve Wilson's son, Matt Wilson. Like, he's in Tremors 3 and in Tremors 4 as, like, actual characters with lines. And it's really cute because those Lost tapes that you watch, the Real Deal production Lost tapes, Matt is in those, like, behind the scenes as a little 5-year-old in, like, the 1990s. And it's like, oh, he grew up and his dad was like, Matt, you're not going to get paid anything. Do you want to be in my Tremors movies? Like, fuck yeah, Dad. Like, hell yeah, I will. The reading I went to for the blank slate script, Matt put it on. Matt was like, oh, I know somebody in Chicago and I want to do this for my dad. And booyah. Like, you put it out like that.
Yeah, but that's what it used to be. There was a especially 80, believe it or not, in the 80s when movies were happening, you always had cameos and shout outs and little nods and winks, because there was more of a, it was still a cutthroat business, but there was still more of a collaborative aspect of, you're cool, we've helped each other, I'll give a wee nod out in your movie, you do it in mine. And it just happened organically. And it then paid off because everyone had this sense of good spirit, good feeling. You know, you wanted to support them people because you got this idea of everyone working together, even if it wasn't always the case. But today you have none of that. Today is just this bland corporate paint by numbers. Let's screw everybody all over as much as possible just to squeeze an extra percent. And in the end, that extra percent is not worth it because the movies are being forgotten about before people even leave the theaters. People aren't even going to see them anymore. There's no excitement. There's no long-term fandom. You think of any director now who's noise, most time they've already destroyed their own franchises. You look at Taika Waititi. Look at him. He shit all over. You know, he destroyed his reputation by shitting all over what he was doing while he was doing it. And Zack Snyder, there's another one. He fell from grace very quickly because he just couldn't. You know, he's no respect for other properties. It has to be his vision and squeezed into his lens, and then he won't shut his mouth. And you can add those. I mean, keep going on about these current directors, and they just nobody wants anything to do, and there's no sense of goodwill or give them another chance, even when you give them an extra chance to destroy it.
It's where I always look like. Okay, so no joke. I just had somebody message me talking about my trailer that just said, "Oh my God, you guys are having too much fun." Literally, as you said that.
Yeah,
and it's fun. The Christopher Nolan movies where it's like, I may not always 100% understand, even Quentin Tarantino to an extent, but you know what? Clearly you do, and everybody on your set is having a good time. And I always love like people tell the stories about Christopher Nolan sets where like there's no phones and there's no chairs because it's just like it's supposed to like you're focusing 100% on the movie that you're making.
Mhm.
And I kind of like I don't know how I feel about that. Like that's not how I'd run my set.
I don't. One thing that's one thing I don't associate with Christopher Nolan's fun.
Well, I
Quentin Tarantino, absolutely 100%. Look at the loyalty he has from his cast.
that's why I wanted to use both of them. Was
Yeah.
I would say fun with like Nolan movies, but like that Vision. Honestly, Vision.
Yeah,
was,
Vision. Yeah, I could go with that with Christopher Nolan. Vision, you get a sense of vision. With
Like-
Tarantino, I get a sense of fun as well as vision. In fact, he is so underrated as a director, as a clever person.
Oh yeah,
Look at the actors who work with him and absolutely idolize him.
they want to keep coming back.
Yeah,
Like-
not for fame, for the people have made their names off him as well, and they don't have to go back to do another Tarantino. They want to because he look at Peter Jackson, look at Weta Workshops, look at Wingnut Films, look at the people who've stayed with him from bad taste up until whatever he decides to do. Loyalty, you can't buy that.
No, that's the. God, I keep bringing it back to Tremors, but that's the point.
Well, funny enough, that's why we're here.
Like that, it is so amazing. Like reading about Stampede and how they made the movies, that like everybody that's involved is always like, no, I would come back. I will come back. I will. You can take like I said that thing about they did their own producing fees.
Yep.
People have taken cuts to their pay of like, oh no, I'll come back.
Do you think if it was just Stampede Entertainment and Universal was out of the picture completely, the money would be less of an issue? Do you think that the reason that they set their fees is because they know what a shitbag company Universal is, and they're like, well, you're not going to shortchange me because I know what scumbags you are? And it's nothing to do. If it was just purely Stampede Entertainment, they had entire rights and production, able to produce their own independently. Would you see more of the cast come back and it not being about money? Do you think money's just the reason that they want to do Universal?
Yeah, I'm not even. There's nothing. It's just a yes. I can't even add on to that because I know it is. I know it is. I have talked with Tremors Fest and getting to meet everybody and talk to them behind the scenes. I have talked to all of them enough to know that money is not an object. Everybody that came to Tremors Fest actually did it on their own dime. Nobody was paid to come there.
Mm-hmm.
And did it because they love Stampede and they love the fans and doing it. And it's a yes. I 100% know that. Like that's one
it's
of
a
the
convenient political way to go. They don't want to come out and say "fuck you, Universal" because that's not the dumb thing. Because they can do it to Universal, do it on our studio, so they don't want to cripple themselves.
Yeah.
It's just the political expedient way to go. Yeah, it's not it's me agent in charge of this, and they negotiate for me, and I can't underwrite me agent. It's just a nice way of going. Nah.
Actually, no joke. I learned that from Michael Gross, and talking to him, and like we have a DM friendship now. We're like we're tight buddies, but like you can tell that he's like, I'm 75 years old. I know how to play the game, and I would like to keep getting work outside of just Tremors. I would love to do movies that just Tremors. And I know that if I don't toe that line, Universal has such power that it's an instant sweep off.
And Hollywood's like that anyway. If you say that they're very, if you don't think exactly like we do, say the exact same words that we do, and whatever it's the Emperor's new clothes. You say the Emperor's wearing clothes, even though they're butt naked and showing their crack. It's
on that point. So there's Kevin Bacon. There's this thing that because Kevin Bacon didn't come back to Tremors, that people kind of hate on him. He was going through a very rough time when he made the first Tremors movie or whatever. He was literally having his first kid. His mom had cancer, and he really shit on Tremors for the longest time. And it made everybody involved like really sad and stuff. And there's a level of like, I kind of get it. But then a thing happened where like Kevin saw what we've seen with the fandom and was like, man, there's a lot of people that like are really into this. I could come back and do this again. And hey, you know what? Maybe I misjudged Tremors and I was too hard on Tremors. And like, hey, I do want to come back and I do want to do this again. And I have this back. It's the Emperor's New Clothes. Actually, that is a perfect example of like, yeah, okay, look, Kevin, I forgive you for not liking it in the first place, but then to come back around and be like, oh, I want to be a part of it, as long as we forget everything that happened in between. It's like, no, 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 no. Like, no, no, no. If you want to play in this sandbox, you have to play with everything that happened while you were gone. Like, you got bed, you got a lie, and I'll take you back. I just as any other Tremors fan, like, please do. You don't get to reboot it. Like, you have to.
Yeah, and that's just pure arrogance, you know.
It is, and he's such a. And Kevin's one of the only ones that I haven't really met or interacted with, so I can't speak to his personality in general. But it's just like, hey man, I can tell you're trying to get the job and keep the job. This is not a time to toe the line. This is a time to make your mistake and say I made a mistake and try to be better about it, and then work with what's already there. Like that's and actually to Kevin's point, him and Michael have talked. And now the only way he'll come back is if everybody comes back. Kevin has he's waiting for the call. The call has to come with Stampede. Like he has okay, no, it has to be those guys, or I'm not coming back, because it's clear now that that's the thing that makes Tremors world possible.
Because we had 3 movies example of what it's like without Stampede, or even it's even the same in the background. You need to have the proper handover. And the right people in place. You have to mentor the next, like the guys at Stampede aren't going to last forever, but I'm sure they're mentoring their next group, that the company. You have the visionaries, yeah. You mentor the next group and you bring them on board.
That's actually what they were trying to do with Tremors 5. Like I don't know if there's a whole great article called Gummer Down Under about like that process, and Steve talks about like, yeah, we're not going to live forever. And, we know that, like, Tremors has to go on and do something without us. So they originally wrote that Tremors 5 to kind of not phase Bert out, but have him teaching more skills. And this is why I love the TV show, is that there's a character in it called Tyler Reed, and then another character, Larry Norville, who's a very audience surrogate nerd, who you can tell that Bert is like, hey, okay, look, you bring something else to the table. I'm going to teach you some of my skills. And then you see them learning those skills through episodes, to the point where Michael Gross isn't in the last 3 episodes, and they're doing just fine. Because they're like, yeah, well, no, Bert taught us, so we know what to do. And in fact, one of my favorite episodes of the series is one without Michael Gross in it. And it's just them, like, they're dealing with a threat and a problem, and it's awesome. And they're taking all the skills that they learned and doing something new and different with it. And I can't look at that and see and be like, okay, so that means that Stampede Entertainment definitely, they wanted a stranglehold over Tremors and they weren't going to let anybody else touch it. It's like, nah, they knew that you got to pass that torch, man. Otherwise, nothing.
You have to do it right. You have to do it properly.
Yeah, it's character and story, and it. That's why that Tremors 7 thing pisses me. Like I said, I go back and forth on Jamie Kennedy as Travis. Some days I like him. Some days I hate his guts. But what I hate most is that he's not there in Tremors 7 to take that torch from Bert. There's nobody around there. Like all of you people met him 24 hours ago, and you're like,
what the hell is this?
It's like the guy who's his son should be here. He should have pushed his son out of the way so that way he can die, and then Travis goes on, and I've even, and you said it actually, I think you or Chris said it in that episode, where it's like, why not just recast Travis as like John Heder as Travis?
Yeah,
like was Jamie so crucial to this? Like, what?
And then the whole Stephanie thing would have made sense.
Yeah, but when you don't do that, so then you're like, what's going on here? And
that movie pissed me off so much.
It did. Man,
I've never been as angry about a movie because I've been invested in this. It's not like this is just a passing fancy. I've been proper invested in this series.
no joke, Colin. I watched Tremors 7 on a Saturday with my wife, and we were having a great time. You know, we'd been, hey, the other Tremors movies were kind of whatever, but hey, I'll watch a new one whenever it comes out. And we were watching it, and it's you know that Saturday morning movie sci-fi feeling you get where
Oh,
you're just
yeah, yeah.
like, yeah, hey, this is dumb fun. Hey, it's a new Tremors. Like, what the fuck just happened? What the fuck? And I'm not kidding when I say this. I did. I started yelling, like, fucking just pissed off. And the reason you are talking to me today is because I went like that. There's something wrong here. That makes no sense at all. Let me research this and look this up. And then I find out like, oh no, Michael didn't want that to happen. Universal kind of forced it on him. Oh, they shot two endings, but they went with the one where he died instead. Oh, Stampede Entertainment got kicked out. Oh, there's this whole fucking graboid hole of bullshit. And I was like, what the fuck? Oh my, and I literally, like Alice, I fell down that fucker. I fell all the way to the bottom. Actually, I'm not at the bottom yet, but I'm still falling down this graboid hole just because I watched Tremors 7 and was like, that makes no fucking sense.
And then you look at the shenanigans. I didn't, but you know there's shenanigans went on because it translates so much on the screen.
For me, it was like watching the movie. Like I said, it was having a fun time. Like, Tremors movie. And then it just hits you with this seriousness. It's like, whoa, if you were going to kill Burt Gummer, you need to telegraph that a little bit more, man. Like, and even watching it, and I've rewatched it a bunch, you're like, there's barely anything to tell you that this might be Burt Gummer's, like, last outing. Like,
well, the fact they were being nice to him, they were being overly nice. I was getting suspicious.
I meant like story-wise.
Yeah, but that's story-wise, you know, because the last one was, let's all shit on the old man. 2020's fucking sensibilities. Oh, you're over 30 years of age. We hate you. If I'm more than 5 years age gap, older or younger than you, you should be dead and buried. It's just, like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
No, but like there's nothing. There's something about destiny in it that maybe something, but like it just comes out of nowhere, and you're like, this, I hate you. And I can't, like, other people say like, oh, I watched Tremors 7 and I cried. It's like, I've never gotten that because I can tell that it's just bullshit. I can tell that you trying to tug my heartstrings and get a little money out of me, and I'm just like, nope, you're not getting any tears. Like, fuck off. Like,
no, because it was just so badly done, and the whole script from start to finish was just all over the place, and that didn't make no sense. It was, and you knew they couldn't get actors back. Like the first thing with Travis, oh, he's in jail. Yeah, okay, they couldn't get the actor back. Right, something's went wrong there. Straight away, first red flag, waving like mad. Nobody from Perfection. They having no reference to Perfection. They have him on a desert island. Oh, let's denigrate the character. Let's make him a cook. Let's make him just a cookie character. He's out there. What the hell? They're setting him. They want you to not be invested in him anymore. You knew it was being set up for something bad. Oh, all of a sudden, there's 3 girl bosses. Okay, right.
Oh, an arrow. Woo! Sorry.
Fucking, she was a copy and paste of freaking Nando from copy and fucking paste.
Yeah. Anyway, the end of that movie, just like I said, I'm still pissed about it. And the worst part is that there's actually a filmed different ending, acted, filmed, edited, where Burt comes up out of the cliff and he's like, "What? You think I would actually be dead?" Like, that exists out there as an outtake, as a deleted scene.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I'm always in my mind and into the universal, I'm always yelling like, if you were to release that, and hell, if you did a Tremors 7 director's cut with the different ending, man, everybody would buy the fuck out of it, because they don't, like, they would. It's one of those, if everything's made by the marketing people, all right, marketing people, I have a bet for you. Let's do this. All right. put out Tremors 7 where Bert dies, and put out Tremors 7 where Bert doesn't die. You tell me which one sells more.
Yeah.
And whichever one it does, that's the one you follow. But put both of those out there and see which one people buy more of. And I know I'll win the bet. I know I will. I'm fucking.
And guess what? You make money from just re-releasing property you've already done. I don't understand marketing people. One of my good friends, but they do anything but actually get their finger on the pulse of what people want. All the surveys in the world, like their idea of doing a survey now is asking Twitter or X. You know what I mean? That's not the real world. That's a fucking shitty platform where people just go off and use 100 sock puppet accounts where to prove whatever point. If somebody wants Tremors never to come back, they'll make 150 sock puppet accounts. They'll start a forum with 20 like-minded people, and they'll do the same thing. And then that'll be the opinion of these 20 people in a forum that have just went on Twitter to say, we hate this. That's not the real world.
That's low-key what I've come to find, like, with the Tremors fans, is like when I fell into this world and being like, oh my God, there's a whole bunch of you here anyway. Like, there's no, like, you're all clamoring for Tremors. There's no need for the sock puppets or anything like that, because it's like, oh no, you all want the same. We all want the same thing. We just want more of this. Why are we not being given more of this? This is weird. Like hundreds of thousands of people, and I do mean like hundreds of thousands of people. You're just like, oh my God, like there should not be this many fans of a giant worm series. This is nuts.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. That's the whole thing that got me scratching my head of. Why am I so invested? This is a friggin' dopey. This should just be a dopey popcorn flick, and yet somehow they managed to get everybody on board.
Right? I still am like to this day, and I'm one of the loudest people when it comes to that, and I'm like, this just doesn't make any. Well, actually, what I've come to find is that it does make sense if you go off of that community thing that Chris was talking about.
Yeah.
And we all want a sense of community and that. And like, that's where I think, because Tremors failed at the box office, quote unquote, because people just looked at it like they just saw that poster and they're like, that's just a cheesy monster movie. Ha 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 ha. But what makes it last is that it's got heart. It's got soul. Mm-hmm. It's got people in it that matter and care. And you go like, yeah, no, like I'd be friends with them. I'd love to be in that town. You know, I'd like.
You could picture yourself stepping through the screen into perfection, and you can go to Chang's and ask where's a good, you know, and be welcomed.
Yeah,
and
get me a beer. I'll rent a Blockbuster movie. I'll pick up some Swiss cheese and bullets. You know, it's. I don't want to say real because it's fictional, but it's lived in. That's a good word. Where you have like people in community. Like I just like this right here. This is Tremors to me. Like you talking and Chris and actually your whole HORRORific podcast, my whole Talking Tremors podcast, all the fans of Tremors. We don't need the giant worms because in our life that's why I say it's a metaphor. There are giant penis worms everywhere around the world, all trying to fuck us. And you just go like, yeah, but you know what? Hey man, I got you, you got me, we come together. This is friendship.
There's something in common. We're all different walks of life, world, parts of the world views. If it really boiled down to it, we're all not the same. But that commonality is the way things that we used to look for. Now people look what makes us different, you know, and use to exploit that to create strife and drama because of anti-lives. But it's this commonality of just random individuals in the world find something in common. And that's fandom, you know, that has always been fandom. That's why people get very protective of it.
Yeah.
When somebody tries to come in and piss on it, that's why people get angry. That's why I'm angry about Tremors 7, because you just had that feeling of, Fuck you, fans.
I have a personal theory that the reason that hey,
Hey!
got a theory. Shows up, Chris.
Someone say theory?
What? Levi and Chris's crazy theories.
I start a whole string of these.
But I have a theory. The reason that Burt Gummer was killed is twofold. So when you know that the character of Burt Gummer is basically Steve S.S. Wilson, like everybody that's involved behind the scenes will tell you that Steve and Burt are basically the same person, to the point where when you see the storyboards for Tremors 1, it's in place of Burt is not a mustachioed Michael Gross. It's a nerdy guy with glasses. It looks exactly like Steve in the rec room scene, like holding the elephant gun, because Steve is Burt Gummer, like to that point.
Mm-hmm.
It's so adorable. Like I said, that storyboard, it's Steve. It's fucking Steve in the rec room doing broken in the wrong goddamn rec room. And it's even when you know, like, Steve was in the military. He got drafted in Vietnam, and he fucking loves guns and bombs. Actually, Nancy Roberts bought Burt's Big Bore from Tremors 2 and gave it to Steve at the end of Tremors 2 as a gift. And it's really fun. Actually, I just found that out on the commentary. I was listening to it. And then it's funny because Nancy's like, yeah, I try to buy everyone that. I got Steve the gun. Apparently, he still hasn't fired it to this day. Like, it's like, I actually immediately emailed Steve afterwards. I was like, oh, I heard you got the gun, but you haven't fired it? Like, what's up with this?
Maybe in real life, Michael Gross is more Hiram Gummer.
Yeah.
Hiram.
He is. No, having met him, he definitely is more Hiram Gummer than
Hiram.
No. So I think this Burt Gummer character and Steve S.S. Wilson, who is the creator of Tremors, are entwined together. Like they are hand in hand. They are the essence of Tremors. So killing Burt off is a way of Universal being like, now we're done. Now the Stampede world can't come back to bite us in the ass. That he's gone. The guy that made this and is the whole reason we're here. Steve directed Tremors 2 and Tremors 4. He's gone, and get him the fuck out of here. You can't bring him back again. And so that's first fold reason why they went, no, go bye. Second reason, and this is more political, I think it became to a point where with everything that's happening in the world in 2020 especially, that the Burt Gummer character became really problematic.
Fucking hate that word. That is a dumb yank word. I fucking hate. That is pure dumb Yankistani.
I am friends with some of the biggest Burt Gummer fans in the world. I'm actually friends with a guy that up until the Facebook group got unpublished, ran a 90,000 people fan page of Burt Gummer memes. Like just Burt Gummer memes. Like that's all he did. And they ran the political spectrum. Like there's some very alt-righty ones and some never but like, and he's a great guy. And hilariously, his name is also Levi. I'm even joking. Levi Stroud. So there's two.
The best meme.
You guys carry on. I need to go put the birds to bed. Give me a second here.
Levi, the best meme has to be I'm in the Guinness Book of Balls. That was, I have to say, of 5, 6, and 7, that was my favorite part.
Stainless steel.
I'm in the Guinness Book of Balls.
It's one of those lines where you're just like, that's really childish, but I like it. You can't, if you laugh at something, you can't be like, well, that was a bad joke. It's like, yeah, but you still laughed. Like that's
exactly
count.
Exactly.
to the point of when we watched Tremors 5 in the theaters, Elza Gross, who's Michael Gross's wife, like that scene with the lion cage and he's getting pissed all over the place. She was the loudest laugher in the theater. Like I'm not even like her husband is like rubbing pee on himself and being peed on by a lion, and she is the loudest fucking person laughing her ass off. And it's like, I have qualms with that scene, but you know what? You're laughing, and that's your husband. So you know what? I'm gonna take a couple of those things back. We'll just put them in my pocket. We don't need them. That's a funny scene. And it's
me and Colin were talking about that. We didn't think it was in keeping with the type of humor that they had done up till then. It was just very like jarring. But like you said, if someone who's with you is laughing, then you have to just chalk it up. Okay, maybe it's not my personal taste, but you could accept it. It's not.
But
comedy is. Yeah, and comedy is subjective, so it's yeah. We were talking about the cage scene, Colin.
Oh,
The
right,
lion
yeah.
cage.
That didn't land for me.
Yeah,
I was just telling. It's funny. I watched it in theaters with Michael Gross's wife, and that lion cage scene, she could not stop laughing. She was cackling her ass off, and it made me just be like, okay, somebody thinks it's funny. Technically, we'll take that as a joke, whether it's piss fetishism or not, and move on from there.
See, I think it was the first attempt to deconstruct his character because they were wanting to push him out.
Oh,
I think it was starting to take the humor. Like I said, I saw the tonal change in number 5.
Well, it could be the
and
studio
I'm like, this
too.
is that's what I mean. It's
the
studio. They're wanting to take it over. They're wanting to make it in their own image. They want to make it 2020s. Like, you see the friggin' language, the 2020s clunky, horrible language in 6 and 7.
Yeah.
That today's just, you can't listen to it. It's not even it's just a horrible way of speaking. And it just turns you off. It doesn't matter what point you're trying to make. If that's the way you speak to make your point, instantly I'm turned off. I'm like, ugh.
It's patronizing it without any, like...
And dumb it's just stupidity. It's stupid, nonsensical words thrown together. It's marketing buzzword clips. It's like advertisement language that people are trying to speak today.
Oh, this will make all those kids and teens be like, oh, isn't Tremors cool because it's got the P in it? Woo, dog.
Like, stop it.
Which is actually something I've heard that's Universal was trying to do with Tremors 5, was like, we want Tremors to reach a whole new generation of people. And to Colin's point, which by pissing on the generation before. So like that's
only a trend. Trends don't last. And that's the problem when you try and make something with a trend and use a trend like language. It'll only last for that. It'll be dated very quickly.
Yeah.
In 2 years' time, that was that language of 2020, and people will be turned off. There's a reason we can still watch something from the 90s, is because in the movies they don't use 90s language. It's universal, scripted speak that still we can get something from it today. And that's the right way to do things if you want it to last.
Like, if you were to it's so, like, watching Tremors, like, 1, the only thing that, like, sticks out, if you were to look at it from today's perspective, is like, why are there no cell phones? Otherwise, everything in that movie, like, there's a sense of timelessness to it where it's like, oh no, that's like the fact that they got to use the radios, and then the telephone wire goes out. It's like
they're in a big valley,
Yeah, you set it up so that it's like, oh, you can't. Even if you had cell phones, it's not going to matter. Actually, they do that in the TV show where stow that cell phone. You're not going to get any signal out here, because it's not like there's an absolute timelessness to that movie of just like, even if you brought modern things into it, they would almost be like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Like, you're not going to be able to make this work. Like, you just keep rolling from there to the, like, I imagine people always talk about like, oh, I'm going to show my kids Tremors, and I'm going to show my kids Tremors too. I struggle to hear anyone be like, I can't wait to show my kids Tremors 5, 6, and 7. Oh man, I'm gonna those are the movies I grew up on when I was a teen. Old Tremors 5 Bloodlines. It's like never gonna happen.
No.
They're just gonna go back to original Tremors. Like,
I apologize. I don't know if you guys did the favorite movies.
No,
of the whole
I haven't
series
done that.
yet.
We're just starting ripping and
Because
what?
no, there's been at least 3 tangents.
I was just gonna say, I think Levi stole my thunder, but for me it was 4. 4 I just absolutely loved, and there was something about how Michael Gross played Hiram Gummer, where he's just can't do anything, but yet still has this like arrogance about him, where he tricks the kid into eating his cake, and it was great. But to see his character arc in that movie was so well done, and again, it had everything that we liked about the first Tremors. It had the community, in fact, how the community was built. It's just, I absolutely loved Tremors 4, and it came out of nowhere because it was the one I was least excited about by the premise. I was like, what? It's an old Western? Like, what are they doing? And I ended up loving it.
Yeah, I said to Levi before I actually went on the stream that Tremors 4 is my favorite prequel ever.
Yeah.
Because I don't like prequels. I think they're just a lazy, you know what I mean? There's nowhere, it's always going to go to the first movie or the first episode. So there's nowhere for it to go.
Well, the stakes are gone. Usually in a prequel,
there's no stakes, where every character's going to end up. So
the character has to survive. Yeah.
Nothing there to grab onto. So that, to me, the fact that they told that story so well, nice to bring in characters and just show the building of something.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I've never seen it done as well for a prequel. Prequels are horrendous.
To the point where, like, people talk about when Prey came out, and I love Prey. I thought that was a great movie, and they're like, "Oh, we should do more Predator movies like this, where we do one in like old school Japan or one in Rome." And it's like, this is a brand new concept, and I'm like, "Excuse me."
Did you see the medieval one on YouTube? That's been on YouTube.
Oh, I have seen the medieval one. It's not bad. It's a good fan film. I can't hate it.
But still, it's done.
No, well, that's about, like, when people say, "Oh, this hasn't been done before." I'm like, "Excuse me, Tremors 4 did this 20 years ago and did it fantastically. You just all chose to ignore it, so fuck off." Chris, it's what Hiram's arc is my favorite. Like,
right
outside of like Tremors 1, where we get Val learning to plan and then learning that Rhonda's hot, we don't get much of a character arc, an actual arc of a character, like growing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
4 has the singular, like, no, yeah, I'm gonna eat the gingerbread cake and fuck the kid over, but then he sees him with the bike and then like trying to like teach him and stuff. Like, one of my favorite scenes in any Tremors movie is when he's riding back to town, and like he left and he's like, no, I don't care anymore, and then all hope is lost. Everything, we're about to move out because the graboids are coming, and then, oh no, they're coming. Oh no, oh wait, no, that's something else. And then he's fucking cresting the hill, and that music swells, and and I'm like, yeah,
yeah.
Fuck girl, baby.
What was cool about it too is that even though it wasn't Bert Gummer, it was his grandfather.
Yeah,
it was kind of like Bert's origin story, because you saw how he became, or Hiram became, and then you just expect that he passed that on to his protege
with the gun and
yeah. So it was just like that. It was like his origin story, like a superhero.
I always wonder, because there's the punt gun, which is a real life gun, that giant fucking cannon. The punt gun. It's like, I don't think that they sold that. Like I don't see Hiram ever selling that. Did Bert have a punt gun somewhere in his bunker?
Probably, yeah. Probably as it went up in Tremors 3 with everything else.
Like, that punt gun died. Oh no! Like, I always wondered.
What would have been cool, actually, Tremors 3 or a later one, the bunker had a slot.
Oh,
like a little trapdoor. The trapdoor opens, punt gun comes out.
Awesome.
Like a ship's cannon.
The graboid comes up, punt gun goes out. Boom!
That would have been
I hate to do this to you. I have to leave again. I have incredible FOMO, so I'm gonna keep trying if I can to come back on.
No
I love talking with you guys. So I'll do what I can, but if not, this is awesome. Thank you.
No worries. We'll probably wrap up shortly anyway. But yeah, between me, it's between 1 and 4. Best one because they turned the table on the horror tropes, so it didn't get the first kill, the start off the movie to let you know that something's going wrong. You got the world building, and it wasn't until who was it? They found up the telegraph pole.
Edgar up the tower.
Edgar, yeah, the old drunk Edgar. That they didn't even know there was anything wrong. And we didn't know as an audience, obviously from the title, yes, but just watching this movie cold, you didn't know what was wrong.
No,
you were just getting this
a drunk up a tower, and he just like, I you don't get any monsterness.
But then when they brought him down, and then they start going, oh, this doesn't make sense. He's been up there and he's actually dehydrated. What the hell would have made him stay up there? He'd have been well sober. Something must have terrified him, and that doesn't get done very often in horror movies very well.
Oh no.
That's usually building that sort of tension up until the first kill. Fantastic. But by then you'd already been invested in character, because the worst thing about monster movies and slasher movies are it's like knocking down, people just get their fallen plates to just knock down. But if you're invested in the character, I think their death end's more poignant.
Oh, yeah.
Actually get the audience invested in the character, and then every death matters.
That's Walter Chang in the first movie. I think
that was the most horrendous death ever.
Like, damn it, man. Like, you can feel when Kevin's yelling, son of a bitch, you can feel like him having spent 5-10 years in that town being like, you fucking killed my friend, like right in front of me. Like, you can feel it.
Right back to the refrigerator, which Earl wouldn't fix because it wasn't part of the plan.
You can actually, it's so funny. You can sense that Kevin yelling that son of a bitch is almost reflexive. Like there's a part of him mad at himself that he didn't fix the fridge earlier. Like it's a great bit of acting where obviously he's yelling about the monster killing, but you can sense his like, son of a bitch! Like he's just like, if we had fucking fixed that bearing, Walter wouldn't be dead right now, and I'm screaming because I'm mad at myself. And it's so I timed it out. The first instance we get of like there's kind of a monster or a monstery kill is 18 minutes into the movie, where old Fred gets eaten by the shepherd gets eaten. That's the first instance of an actual like, oh, this isn't a serial killer, because it's the way he goes down, like and he,
that's
it's 18 minutes to the head thing. Like it's not even before, it's 18 minutes, which is like to have 20 minutes into your movie before the monster shows up is it's where Tremors 1's not my favorite, but I will forever applaud it for that.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, that takes some balls, man. Like
that's clever script, right? That gets you have to have a good script, good characterization. If you don't have that, that would never have been pulled off.
To where you're following along for that. Like if there was no good characters and no good scripting, that 18 minutes would be like, okay, what? Like, get to the punchline already. I'm bored, but you're invested. You're like, oh, okay, like what's going on? Honestly, that you have the thing about the recreating the Val and Earl dynamic, and it's like, yeah, it's so good that they're just like these buddies, like hanging out, and they're just like this show. Like if we were talking, like all of a sudden, and like there was something outside of my window or your window, and you're like, whoa, Colin, I think there's a monster behind you, and you're just like, whoa, we've been talking for like an hour now. Like what are you talking about? And then you're
and then
Colin disappeared, or Chris, where'd Chris go? Chris got eaten.
You have to be clever to build that up, and make people care, because if there wasn't a character there, nobody give a shit. It'd just be like you said, just waiting for it and bored. bored and probably switched off or left.
I'm super duper proud of myself for when I made my first Tremors movie, Tremors Far Afield, and I was like, no, we're gonna. It's a 20-minute movie, and 10 minutes of it has nothing to do with the worm monster at all. It is just 10 minutes of me, like looking for a cow, and you're like, "What's this? Is weird. Why the fuck are we doing this?" And then fucking halfway point comes in, and you're like, "Oh, whoa!" It's actually one of my favorite effects that I did, where there's blood squirting me and shit, and I'm just like, and it is because I admire it so much of just like, yeah, to have to go that whole movie and then all of a sudden something happens. Where I had a friend of mine suggest that Tremors 3 would be a better movie if you took out Bert's opening. Oh my god.
He's got stuck in the straw. He got spat out.
No!
No, but I like that scene.
No, I like the scene. It's not about the scene, but if you take it out, there's this thing that happens because that whole movie, the beginning of it is them being like, "Oh, Bert, like, come on, it's been 11 years since the last Graboids. Like, what do you really think something's gonna happen now?" And if you take that out, there's a sense of like, "Oh, well, we didn't see him like shooting down shriekers. Maybe he is just being paranoid." You do a different thing with that movie where it's like, oh, maybe he's
no, but then you lose the whole idea that, like, the thing that made me love Tremors 3 was Bert went away. He could have been globetrotting, making his fortune, but he could have just left perfection to do whatever. The whole point is that he had put these things in place. And then when he came back, he realized that he'd only been gone a while, but hadn't maintained everything. And him admonishing them for not doing it. That gives the whole perspective of even when Bert leaves the going and he's doing his own thing, he still cares about the town and he still spent that amount of time and effort to make sure they were safe before he did solve other people's problems. Perfection was still the center of this universe.
Yeah. And
if you don't have Bert away, then you don't get that.
No, this is where I told my friend, like, okay, I get what you're saying with that, but also, like, then there's a very real world thing that happens of, like, even though Bert's going globetrotting and going out to kill shriekers and stuff, people are still like, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's gonna, like, come back here, man. Like, what do you, like, don't be ridiculous. And it's like, okay, because that shit that's happened plenty of times where you can tell somebody all you want to their face, like, oh no, you're gonna get eaten by a shark, and they're like, yeah, I'm going swimming anyway. I don't care. Like, that's just people can be stupid that way. Like, that's just their natural.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry. Honestly, thank you for disagreeing. Booyah. It's just like I said, just one of those things where I think taking your time with the movie is always a little bit better. And I would love to, if someone gave me enough money to make my own Tremors movie, that's how I'd love to. I would do the Tremors 1 thing and just take your time with it and then kill someone. I cheated a little with my second one and I did it.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, and this is one thing the sequels did as well, is they realized the first one was the first one. You don't just replicate that, you just don't copy and paste. So we've seen the Graboid, we know what happened. So going through that whole taking time to the first kill again, that's been done. So like in part 2, poor Miguel, the oil rig work, is it oil rig or mine?
Oil worker, yep.
Oil worker, yeah. Poor Miguel, the oil worker, that's just that as they're here now. You don't have that build up because you already know from the first movie, so they can get straight to it.
Well, to your point then, so then you take, if it's 1, you do the slow thing, and then 2, you do the quick thing, then it's like, okay, well, we've done the quick thing now. What's the medium thing? Which actually, that is Tremors. Oh, fuck. I just totally, I
think maybe these people thought this out. That's why we can go right up to part 4 and go, yes, I'm on board.
Shit.
Yeah.
Total major point for you.
No, but that's why we're fans, because they're clever writers.
Yeah.
They're clever writers, and then okay, we're going to do a prequel. Let's do a prequel properly. Bang. What did you say, Neil, out of the park?
To the point. So then, I'm always so mad that didn't happen with the original with Tremors 5 is that Stampede wanted to bring back the baby graboids, like because you're like when it comes to Bert, you're always trying to give him a new scenario that he hasn't faced before.
Yep.
And the way they wrote it was that so Bert's got his seismo monitor. He's got things like hooked up to a grid of geology and shit like that. The baby graboids are so small that they don't
trap the meters.
Yeah, they don't actually show, they don't make enough movement to show up on stuff. So people start dying in the middle of the fifth one, and Bert's like, "There's nothing on the readings. What the hell's going on? There's no sign of shriekers or ass blasters, but there's still nothing on the readings, and he can't fucking figure out what's going on until eventually, oh no, it's the little baby ones, and they're
they attack them. Do you think about reptiles? Because I think graboids are closely modeled on reptile behavior. When a python lays a clutch of eggs, they all hatch together as babies, but then obviously when they get bigger, they have to move into their own territory. You look at elephants. Well, no, elephants not a good example. Bearded dragons. Any lizard. Big lizard. They start off in their clutch because that's the way to survive, and they hunt down together. But when they get bigger, that's when they start swarming out to their own territory because they need the space. They're competing for food.
When there's little baby ones, they have to help each other out because they're
so there's 10 babies. It takes 10 babies to kind of prey at them, but they're a swarm, and then they know.
No, that's it. Literally, that was the third act of the original Tremors 5. Was a swarm of the little babies. And I have ever since Tremors 4, that is such an those baby graboids are so.
Instead the fucking detachable snake tongues, which was horrendous. That was
oh my god,
awful.
Oh my god. And the worst part is that because those detachable snake tongues happen, now fans think that then that means that the shriekers were made from the tongues, and then that's I'm I fucking hate everything so much.
Just lazy. But then you see good writing, and then that's why you start. That's why like I said, going through it lifetime and reviewing them. Got to part 5. That's why my radar started going off. Oh, we're in trouble here. I'm like, oh, we are in trouble. This is going to go bad from here onwards. I just saw the writing on the wall for it. Because Tremors 5 should have been building the team.
Yeah.
Well, the team should have been built.
And you're coming from just the movies, and you're getting that. If you were to have watched the TV show in real time with that, you would be screaming that even more. Because the TV show does this great job building up a group of people, a team of people, and then Tremors 5 is no, none of them exist. Who gives a shit? And to the point where Tremors
it's idiotic again, because there you've got your built-in, right? You've spent your time building a fan base from a TV show. There you go, give them their movie.
And this is if you're already bringing back Burt Gummer as the character, then that means that the copyright means that you can use whatever character you want. So there's already pre-built characters. Just bring them in and use them. You don't and to the point where when Tremors 6 happens, and the fact that there's no Jodie Chang in Chang's Market, when you watch the TV show, after you watch the TV show and then you watch Tremors 6, you're like, that makes no fucking sense. That is insane. She is tied to that place and would never leave it for anything. And yet somehow, she went off to a law firm and now Bert's running it. No. There's a whole plethora of people. Nancy from the movies, she's in the TV show big time. And you watch, they pan across the town in 6, and you're like, where the fuck is her house? Did they just bulldoze her house down? There's places where other people were living. We're like, did they just like push this whole fucking town in and like kill all?
I hated that opening scene in Tremors 6. It was so idiotic.
It like I said, you haven't even watched the TV show. God, you're gonna be like, this makes no sense. It's too hard. And it's so funny too, because the fans, any fan that's watched the TV show and then watched it in that real time has the same reaction of like, whoa, where are all of these people? Where did all of this go all of a sudden? And you're coming back here again. And it just hurts to the point where there are some people who are such big fans of Tremors who will be like, I'm the biggest Tremors fan in the world. I own all 7 movies. And then I'll come in usually and I'll be like, but have you watched the TV show? And they're like, there's a TV show? And I'm like, oh my God. Shut up. Like, I'm not a gatekeeper. I don't like to gatekeep or anything like that. But I'm usually like, so then guess what?
However, I think in this day and age you need to, because there's so many bad faith actors that aren't interested in franchises and fandoms. They just want to. And I've made this point in the show. It's nerd culture in general, right? Nerds, we have always been the outcasts. We have always been accepting. If somebody likes our shit, we've always accepted people because we know what it's like not to be the cool gang. But now you've got these absolute disgusting people, and they're disgusting people who only want to create discord, and they only want to create hatred, and they only want to destroy things because they've nothing in their lives. They're empty people, and they're a destructive force, and that's what they're doing now. They're going from fandom to and you just history has now told us over the last 10 years of these people that go in, oh, I want to change this. What about that? You're a bad person, blah, blah, blah. And they're not interested in anything. They just want to tear it. And then once it gets to that point where the fandom's broken, the thing's falling on its arse, it's financially unviable, and it's no longer going to, they just move on to the next one because that's their thrill. That's how they get off. And you can dress it up and they use whatever buzzword. They say it's through kindness. It's not through kindness. It's the equivalent now of giving the nerd a wedgie or flushing her head down the toilet. This is what the Chad and Stacey today. Yes, they might have piercings and blue hair, but they're fucking the Chad and Stacey. They're the rich kid. They're the prep school, to use American terms, the prep school privileged one. They're the ones that are doing this because that's how they get off, sticking it to the nerds. And it's just the same thing being played. It's wearing a different face now, but it's the same playbook, and it's the same thing carrying on. So I believe now there needs to be a bit of gatekeeping. There needs to be a bit of, are you actually a fan? Because they'll come in and say, oh, I'm a fan, and they'll read something off Wikipedia to ingratiate first of all, and then they'll start suggesting the changes and this and that. And they'll not be happy till they destroy. I'm going to see people at each other's throats. They've done their job because that's how they get off. It's the same as the person who gossips, and then they throw the ball, they make the ball, get someone else to fire, and then when they see the argument ensue in the house, they sneak off. They're all like, hee, I've done my job. It's unfortunately it's an ugly side of human nature that exists.
Oh, man. You are describing my life like just of the fucking time when I have to do this shit. Like that's honestly what you said about that. They're just reading a wiki and then they're just coming in with changes, and you're just like, I encounter that so much, and it's just like, please, can you leave? Like, you don't got to be a part of Tremors. It's fine. We're exactly like you said. We're nerds. We're gonna love our nerdy little worm dinosaur weird ass shit movie. You coming in with this bullshit? Please stop. Please, you're just making me sad. I just want, please don't. I don't want to be associated with you at all.
Yeah, but it's the moth to the flame. It's to see the group of people who are happy and getting on, and to use that horrible word diversity, which has been tainted and corrupted today, to actually be an ugly word. It's like the Nazi symbol used to be the symbol for peace, but it got so tainted and corrupted in the 1930s that you can't look at the symbol and see nothing else. This is what the word diversity means now, because it's not being used in the truest sense. Because if you want to see diversity, look at nerd culture. It's always been like that. Every fucking weirdo you can imagine, of all ages as well. That's why it's so strong.
And horror nerds especially. Like I can't say I've ever been like a horror fan. I'm much more of a sci-fi monster movie fan, but I've learned about horror nerds. It's like, talk about a diverse group of people. Like,
and it's always been that.
And we're all a bunch of fucking weirdos. Like, I'm happy to call myself a horror fan. Like, learning, like, no. This is all a bunch of like weird ass people. Go ahead.
Crossover. It's not just contained in one bubble. There is crossover, because when you find like-minded folks who accept you.
Yeah, I've learned that the reason that horror nerds are like that is because horror itself is nerdy. Like, you gotta to make those effects and to make weird, like, make somebody's head pop off with a practical, or have a chest burster come out.
Yeah,
like you gotta be nerdy, because you gotta know mechanics. You gotta know like physics and like engineering to create something like that.
Horror nerds don't want to hear the actors talk. They want to hear the special effects team talk. That's when you know what I mean. That's always sold the DVDs, because the special features are you get to meet the nerds, you get to meet their like-minded weirdos.
The Tremors 2 one with Peter Chesney, the guy blowing up shit. That was the special feature, because he was like, man, this is what we had to do we packed it with like 400 pounds of shit, and then fucking we blew it up, but that wasn't big enough, so then we created a little hole so that it like pencils out, and you're like, this is so fucking fascinating. I love this so much. Like the Lost Tapes thing, the Steve Wilson's Real Deal Productions, the Lost Tape things, it's just 40 episodes of him being like, well, this is how we like nerded out and made this thing happen, and like this is the way. Like I love that the graboid is just a buoy for the water that they put a rubber dam over and then threw sand over it, and then they tie it to a truck, and then they pull the truck, and it's like that's all it fucking is. See that? Like, this is my graboid.
Yeah,
graboid is a fucking clear milk jug on a string, and I find different, because I can't do the ground very well, so I get like
I always thought it'd be like a rug. I was always picturing like a rug or a bit of felt, and the sort of lightly packed, so the thing doesn't pull directly under the earth, but under a bit of carpet or something, just to give it that undulating effect.
They dig a trench. They dig a trench. They pop something like this down underneath of it, and then they put it's a rubber. It's called dental dam, like what they put in their mouth when they're working on it.
Yep.
And they put that over top, throw some sand on, put some brush in, and then tie this thing to a truck and just
and then you get that.
It's so stupid and simple, and it's amazing, and it costs nothing, and it's but it's nerdy. It's super nerdy. You gotta, and it's a horror nerd. Actually, the guy that did The Howling is actually who came up with the idea, because I think there's a scene in The Howling where somebody's coming through a wall, and you're getting the full impression of it or whatever. And they went like, oh, we can use that, like the dental dam, and then put that on the ground, and boom, undulating ground. Booyah. It's super. Like, when I say stupid, I actually mean that as a compliment. Like, oh my God, that's so fucking stupid. It's like this.
It would be what, 80 grand and a VFX fucking studio, and not look as good.
And I imagine, you got to pay for the buoy and then pay for the dental dam. The rest is just people digging a trench.
Yeah.
And then throwing sand over it, which I would put that at maybe, like, let's call it $1,000 for the dental dam and the buoy. And the rest is just, hey, we're digging this trench. This is fun.
Borrowing somebody's truck.
Yeah, and it is.
Probably the stuff that carried the camera equipment,
It's actually the in the first movie, the truck that they use for Burt Gummer's truck is the truck they use for behind the scenes.
Bloody right.
Like, why not? Right?
We got a copyright strike by the Oscars on one of the channel, because we were talking about American Werewolf in London, and we're just talking about it, and then it brought up the clip from the Oscars, 42-year-old clip, because I think it was the first time a horror movie won any sort of Oscars for the special effects. And you could just tell, and the reason I brought it up is because you could just tell straight away that the mainstream sort of film people were giving it through gritted teeth. I mean, they were seething. How dare we're having to give this to a horror movie, to horror people? You know, the noses get up in the air, and you get, and they're trying to go, oh, and special effects get used everywhere else. And what they use for comparison? Fucking the Wicked Witch of the West from Wizard of Oz, the green paint compared to the American Marvel. And they're trying to say, oh, we use special effects other places too, and fucking these shitty scenes.
And that's I've come to learn this, like learning more about the horror fan community. Actually, the Dead Meat channel with Zoran and James, that the Dead Meat channel that does all the behind the scenes on horror movies, opened my eyes to this. They're like, they don't give out awards to horror movies, like at all.
No,
You were talking about us being nerdy, like. That is epitome to me of like, oh, those horror people, they're making those movies again. You know what? I guess we'll kind of like, we'll throw you a special effects bone. That's whatever, and that's it. And like moving on, like they don't care.
Let's see. What were the only profitable movies? The movies that actually made a profit in 2023.
I don't know.
Horror movies?
Oh, really?
The Nun 2, Five Nights at Freddy's. The only movies that actually made profit in 2023 were horror movies.
I did not know that, which makes sense because they know how to work.
Horror movies, apart from Barbie and Oppenheimer, the Barbieheimer thing, right? Basically, every other movie tanked.
Yeah,
because it didn't make movies only successful if you make back your budget.
Yeah, and if you got the $500 million budget, that's impossible to make back. You know.
Yeah, and that's that's about right when you add the marketing costs and all, and the way they're plugged so hard. You need $1 billion. You need $1 billion to break even for like everyone else whose pockets have to get filled from all the stuff. You need $1 billion for that sort of, at least, to just break even, to make money back and not even be comfortable.
And yeah, no horror people know how to stretch that budget from the dawn of like that's.
Because the whole mad scientist and nerdy thing of, oh, I want to do this. All right, what have I got in the kitchen cupboard that we don't need to go and buy it from a store? Can I mix this and this and make?
I gotta do it because I'm here. This is my graboid tentacle.
I'm right.
It's pantyhose that I spray painted brownish. That's literally. And, oh, you love this. Okay. This is my baby graboid. My dirt dragon that features in the sequel. Mm-hmm. It's a fucking football that I cut, duct tape, and then this is a 2-liter bottle that I.
Oh, you can see it, yeah.
And this is I show this on the stream all the time. Like I love this thing so much. Like it's just a ratty old football and a fucking 2-liter bottle. And if I do this right, you just kind of like. Yeah. It doesn't take much. It's so stupid and simple. And like my favorite effect.
But the studios couldn't think of that.
The
people now that are in charge of movies, and like I said, they have such disdain for the people that can do it.
They're nerds. The people with money are the bullies, and then we are the nerds. Like that's such an apt comparison. I heard you make that in another episode.
Yeah, because it just made so much. I think it was actually. Is that when I went on the rant about what do we nerds do, or was it another movie? What do we do to annoy people?
Yes,
so much.
Tremors 6 was about the one that you started doing that because you were starting to get pissed about it.
Yeah, I was starting to get really. I was starting to like. I was like, part 5. I see this coming. I hope I'm wrong. Fuck, they're doing it right. Part 6 is just shit, the bastards. And,
what did we do to like? Which I mean. I've been bullied in school. I imagine you were when you were younger. It's like, oh no, that's just bullies. Bullies will just bully you because
the can. Yeah, and that's their way now because somewhere it changed. Like there's a show I'm going to do. It's I do discussional topics as well, and it's about the stereotypes in fandom. I want to talk about them. I want to challenge it. I want to see where maybe some of it's right. Because not just horror fandom, I talked to the RPG friends as well, and there's a lot of you're an incel, you never get married, you live in your mother's basement, blah blah blah, all that. You're not social, you can't make friends. Yeah, I've mine's gone. Yeah, I've had that. I've tried that.
I was just being funny, just like
Yeah.
My wife directed my movie. Fuck off. Hey.
Yeah, but that whole thing, the live alone, can never have friends or family or anything. All that kind of shit.
Try again. No.
You're muted.
How about now?
Can you hear us? You've muted.
I got to make sure we get it back in.
Yeah, he's muted.
Come on, click it. Click it.
There, I heard something.
Hello?
Yeah.
Nope.
No. Bugger. Well, that's the joys of being live.
I know, right? When I came in.
How about now?
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Hey.
Had to find the right button.
All right, tell me everything I missed in the last hour.
You look like Brett Maddox. You look like one of the creators of Tremors. It just hit me all of a sudden. I just had to say that. That was not what we were talking about, but not, like you struggling there. I was just like, hey, what's doing in the stream? Hey, buddy, what's up?
This is, we were just talking about how these are the way they're destroying franchise. It's just a deliberate effort. It's the bullies. They're just trying to stick at the nerds again because there's a resentment there because we happily get on without them. We find our own little fellow nerdlings and we just find little groups and we just get on happily and we can happily just ignore the rest of the world. We'll do what we take. We'll learn a trade or a job just to keep the buy our nerdy stuff. You know what I mean? That's our only motivation really for doing anything in life is, okay, I need extra. Once I've got a roof over my head, I just need extra income so I can indulge in my hobbies. And we're happy.
I need rent and groceries.
Rent, groceries, and then you want to make a movie. So you want a bit of extra to make a movie out of.
I didn't even spend anything on my movie. So
I was just gonna ask you, Levi, how much has it cost you so far? Nothing.
So I was just telling Colin this. So technically, however much this 2-liter bottle cost, which was like $2.50. And then what else did I buy? Oh, technically, the stand for this. My wife was like, I need something to hold the camera with, because the first time she did it, she just held it like this. She's like, I need something to physically hold the camera with. So we went to Walmart and bought a $30 tripod, which was amazing. It had its own little microphone for it and everything.
They don't have the $9 ones anymore.
We splurged.
They do a brilliant $9. I used to have for the phone. It's proper tripod. You fit the phone onto it, and you can change the attachments.
Yeah,
like less than $10.
Well, yeah, it was honestly I think there was like a $15 one, but we're like, you know what,
a full length one, a full size one.
Yeah,
is that hot? You can get full size one. Check their website.
Okay, yeah. What was actually? Give me the name again.
Walmart tripod, camera phone tripod. They do one for less than $10.
All right, we'll add to the arsenal for the trilogy.
Because I had one when I did another podcast. I had one for my camera, and then I had one for my microphone, and 2 for my lights.
Oh my god!
Like you're talking $40 for an entire lighting studio. Because I had a room in the basement, and that's what I used on a green screen, and that's what I used for another podcast. And I had a whole studio setup for less than $50. Thanks to Walmart, brilliant.
$35. I think we spent $35 for our movie. So you don't need much, man. Like you don't. That's what I was telling Colin. This is our graboid. It's just this thing on a string, and then I got to do it. I already did it once. I'm gonna do it again.
You drag it through the dirt. Is that how you do it?
Actually, because the dirt, it doesn't I don't have anything because it's all grass around here and stuff. I don't have anything to put back over top of it, so we drag it through leaves and through corn stalks and sticks and stuff over it, and then you fake the dirt through it. But then this is our tentacle.
That's awesome. I watched the trailer. It looked good. The where the leaves are moving.
That's
it's effective.
I have watched that trailer like 30 times since editing it. Like we were talking about the fun thing before or whatever, like having fun with something, and like it takes like 40 fucking passes when you're editing something to like edit it, but then after it, I was like, I can't stop watching this. I made this. I can't stop watching it. This looks like fun. I want to watch this movie. Oh well, shit. I should fucking finish it then. And I think that's the biggest compliment I get is from you, Chris, and from things like that, and from people being like, "This looks like a lot of fun," and I'm like,
"Yeah,
it is. Yes, it is." Like, thank you. Like it was really my friend Justin. I had him on the show a couple episodes ago, and he'll even say that like there was a script. Like I'd had a script and a story written out, but the thing that was really cool was that we just like went out there and just had fun with it, and we came up with stuff on the fly. We're like, oh hey, like that collaborative thing of like, hey, that's a good idea. Why don't we use that? Or I think I see this in a different way, and we're passing the ball back and forth, and you have fun, and it's so nice that everybody's like, it looks like fun. It's like, you bet your ass it is fun.
Yeah.
But this one
gets people on board.
This one's a sequel, right?
Yes.
So I have to see the first one first. Yeah. What's the name of the first one?
Tremors Far Afield.
Okay.
Really a pretentious name, but I like it.
Is it on the site, or where can you get it?
It's on YouTube. It's on the Tremors Saga's YouTube channel. I released it in October of 2022. And yes. And that one Michael Gross approved.
Oh, that's cool.
He actually, that was my first interaction with him, as I sent it to him, and he was like, oh, but like, thank you. This like reminds me of like when I was a kid growing up in Fort Madison, Iowa, and my grandparents, and I'm running through the cornfields, and you and your wife did an awesome job. And I was like, oh my God, thank you, Mark. I'm fine.
That's awesome. That's what's so great about him, is he's still connected to the franchise and to the fans.
Oh yeah,
that's why they have to bring him back. They have to find a way to bring him back.
I think you just need to get Universal out of the picture.
That's like that. Sorry, what were you saying, Colin?
I said I think you just need to get Universal out of the picture.
Yeah.
On that note, we're talking about the future and stuff. So there is a thing that I started that I get to like lay claim to that I did, which there's a copyright clause that can happen in 2025, where after 35 years, a creator can basically petition the courts to get their IP back. And it's all based on so if you you went to a studio with an idea and a script, and you had the whole idea, everything all written out, and you sold it to the studio was like, okay, we'll give you the money and we'll do this. That means that was your idea. Like if the studio had come to you and was like, oh, hey, we have an idea for a movie, will you make a script for us? Then they own full control of it. But if you hop around town and you're like, oh, hey, I went to Disney with this, I went to Paramount, I went to Fox, and finally Universal's the one that gave me money, you had the original idea, and it's all your idea. So you get the rights back. And when I started this whole thing like 3 years ago when Burt Gummer died and I got pissed off, I found this out, and I found a lawyer named Mark Toberoff, who he actually got the rights to Predator back to Jim and John Thomas. He got the the 13th back to Victor Miller. And I was like, hey, I sent him all of this research that I had on Stampede and everything. And he was like, oh, I think they actually have a case. Would you like hook me up with them? So I got them their emails, and it was actually funny. Like Steve emailed me back, and he's like, oh yeah, no, Mark like reached out to us because we had talked to him like a couple of years ago about something entirely different. And so he was able to reach out to us, and we're working on this back and forth. And I ask from time to time, hey, Steve, how's that going? And Steve's like, I'm ordered not to say anything, right? And I'm like, yeah.
That means things are happening. If he's ordered not to say anything, that means wheels are in motion.
Otherwise, he'd just say nothing's happening. Yeah.
I'm not ordered to do anything, so I can.
No, but this is just nothing. We don't know anything. It's just theorizing.
Nope, I have no idea. That's where that's so. Don't. I mean, you can tell people. Nobody. I try to tell people this all the time, and nobody listens. I'm like always trying to tell fans, like, no, hold on, 2025. Stampede's coming back, and they're like, we want a Tremors 8 now, and I'm like, oh my god, damn it!
No, because that would actually hurt the case.
It would. That's where it's like, no, wait, just wait a little bit, and we get a proper Tremors made by the people. And as far as when I've talked to them, their plan is to like, no, we want to come back and we want to finish it. We want to end it on our terms because we created it. Everything that you know about Tremors and love about Tremors was made by them for 30 fucking years.
Oh, absolutely. You can see it, and you. Like I said, from part 5, you knew something was going on, and that's when because I generally don't look at studio stuff. When I'm reviewing, it's a whole watch the movie, want to talk about it with my mates. That's the whole way I do reviews. I don't try to delve into the whole studio thing, but when you're doing a long running series, or you're looking at a particular studio, you then start to see things different. You go, hold on, why is this so completely different from the way it was? Something's happened. That's when I started looking into things and realized the whole shenanigans with Stampede. I'm like, that makes sense. Yeah. And then my red flag started waving more. It's like, that's going to get worse. Because you've got a studio effectively trying to shaft another party out of it. And so they're going to burn this thing to the ground rather than out of hubris, out of pure hubris. They'll burn the thing to the ground so that even if they want it back, it'll be not valuable to them.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're still trying to do. That's my.
So yeah, because they want no value in the franchise. They want to burn it to the ground so that even if they get it back, it's broken. They can make nothing out of it.
What can you do with it, right? We broke your toy. Oh, you can't play with it now. I do. I know them so. I've learned so much, and I know Universal so well, and I know that's exactly their fucking end game, and it makes me so mad. It's just just let it go. If you're that fucking dickish about it, just let it go, man.
No, it's the same problem with the franchise.
What would you if Stampede did get the rights back? Do you think they would go with the script that they had in place for 5 and kind of ignore everything that happened in 5, 6, 7?
Steve has talked about having a thing where Burt Gummer wakes up from a nap in perfection, and he's like, "Man, I just had this crazy dream about graboids in Africa and Canada." Oh, that was weird, right? It's just I feel like once you watch Tremors the series, you see that no, that's where they'd start again. You can tell oh no, you pick it up from there because you have all of these established characters and all these people that they've worked with before and they want to work with again and bring them back, and they'd be like, no, we're just gonna go right back to that town, do it again, because there's already a sense of well, we did the thing once where the graboids came back after 10 years. Let's just do it again. Let's keep going. You did it before where you went back in the past even. So it's let's go there. Mm-hmm. And then again, once you watch the series, we're already doing this thing where Bert and Tyler, the other character, would get called out to jobs to go deal with graboids and shriekers and ass blasters in different places. So you already you keep perfection as your home base, but then you go
out and do
which is what they did in 5, and that was their plan. They planned to go to Australia instead of Africa, and it's just no, you keep the perfection.
The graboids wouldn't survive in Australia.
What?
The graboids wouldn't survive in Australia.
Oh,
everything in Australia is dangerous. The graboids would come in and go, no, I'm out of here. No, a tunnel web spider just goes, a tunnel web spider like this size, picking up a graboid going, fucking camel spiders, freaking Australian crocodiles, one of the most aggressive crocodiles, is just the graboid would be running and all the creatures of Australia just be going.
A great twist. Just oh no, you thought graboids were bad. Well, you should have gone to Australia.
What was it? There's this meme that goes about, and not everything in Australia can kill you, and it's like a baby opossum, and it's like, you know, in somebody's hand. It goes, don't get me wrong, it wants to, it just can't.
Little possum with a shiv.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they, like I said, their plans, from what I can tell, are to like take it and really finish it their style, and then get out from it. And then they're gonna be like, "Hey, Levi, do you want to like run Tremors?" And I will be like, "Yeah, sure, that sounds like fun."
If I must.
I mean, yeah, I got this trilogy of Tremors films over here that I made, but that's, yeah, I guess I can. That's okay. And I would take that honor, and I would, it would be a burden, but I would take it. I would.
Take one for the team.
Yep. You don't choose leadership; it's thrust upon you.
Would you sound like harem right now?
Chat.
Right. I think God, we've been on this for over 3 hours. God, this could go on forever.
You.
But I think it's the talking about the front. Like, this has really engendered a level of enthusiasm that is unmatched. For such a, on the surface, should just be a straight throwaway to DVD, forgot about series. It just shows the underlying strength of the writing and the good faith that's been built. And the fact that once again, we're seeing the jealousy, the green-eyed monster of the studios and the sort of people that are there can't create the same their lives. This modern ilk of creators, I know, because they're not. They're just people have been shoved into jobs that don't deserve to be there. Oh no, Crystal Circle of Death.
Wait for it.
Graboid's at his wife, Rooter.
No! Bertoid got him!
Grabbing the really good. Yeah, it's mine now.
Universal Black Bag Chris! Fuck!
Oh no, I'm next. If I could do that effect, that'd be good. Just have each of us disappear and a Universal logo appear. You have been warned.
That would be really good. Oh my god. It replaced the Circle of Death. It's just the Universal logo.
Just good.
I kid, but again, I'm still waiting for that moment. Just like go to the mailbox one day and a big official cease and desist letter will be there. And I'll be like, oops, that fell in the fire. Uh-oh. I don't.
You know what? That'd be the stupidest thing. Like, they've tried every 30. They hate YouTubers. They hate the fact that this sphere exists. Even YouTube hates YouTubers.
Yeah.
Ever since Google bought YouTube, they hate it because they can't control it. They try this. They don't like the voices of. They don't. If it's not in their little sycophantic bubble, they absolutely despise it because they're so weak. Like, you have to be proper weak to have somebody disagree with you, and then that's the end of your world.
Oh my god! Like, that would, if like that happened, it would be like, I'm only going to yell louder about this. You do know that,
Yeah.
right? Like that,
and it's just it's kicking the hornet's nest, because once they do it to one YouTuber, guess what? Everyone else understands the game and will just come in solidarity just to go, not in my watch.
Yeah, like, no, okay, so that can happen to me. Then you know what? Fuck you. We're all doing this together. Like, that's my I joke, but I live for the day when they try that, and it's like, okay, now you're going down. Like, we were talking earlier about like people that wrong you. It's like, oh, you know what? This is that moment. I'm leaving your ass off the rock, and you're gone. Goodbye. Like, you, Chris.
Chris had technical laptop crashed. Right.
No. Well, here we should
be back on.
Chris doesn't get much more FOMO like this.
He's been in this. Oh, there's I Want to Believe. How are you, man? Good to see you.
Hey, Colin. Oh. Sorry. I want to believe too. In Stampede.
We had a lot of folks do paranormal activity, channels, and talk about that there. Sort of come on as well, and there's a whole other bunch of nerdom as well. That's a whole community and people work together and share ideas and talk about the equipment and stuff and hauntings and that. And
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah, see, that's the
You-
thing about
you mean the actual ghosts, is not just the movie?
they actually go to the sites and go. So there's a whole, you know what I mean, that's a whole vibrant community as well. Each little pocket of nerdom has its own like hyper focus, and there is, you know what I mean. I'm not 100% into paranormal stuff. I love, I enjoy ghost stories and enjoy tales that come from them. But I appreciate that there's a whole rabbit hole you could go down. You know what I mean? Every aspect of fandom is so vibrant because we mightn't be 100% to each other's taste, but there's all. So if the company, I think some of the companies have understood now, do it to your peril, because the minute you try and push stamp down this overall YouTube community, there's so many little groups that you mightn't think are connected, but because we treat each other with respect, because we all come from the place of we're the weirdos, people look down their nose because they don't fully understand what we do. We'll have that commonality, so therefore we can, jump across to each other.
Revolution, like it's an idea thing. When you spread that goodwill, an idea, you can't kill an idea.
No,
and you try to. Everybody else starts coming at you.
Yeah,
Boom.
and you wouldn't believe, like, the people I've talked to. Like, I don't have a demographic. I can't say this person is my fan base because it's not like that. It's so across the board. It's on, and the connections I've made and people that talk to me about from different areas that I wouldn't even realize. And this is just me. I'm just a wee tiny blip on the radar. But I can generate that much noise. Think of bigger YouTubers. Think of, people that this is across the board. It's just the same mentality with just more followings. The studio that tries to stamp you down will do it to their peril, because all you have to do is talk to people and just be yourself and just be personable. And believe it or not, you make friends in all the strangest and weird and wonderful places. You don't even realize, like the whole Tremors thing. I wasn't expecting to make a great, and I consider you a friend now, Levi, because we've been talking for so long.
Right back at you, hell. Well, besides 3 hours we've been talking here,
this has been a back and forward ever since, and just so randomly it happened.
Like, and just being a person and a human being. It means more than money. Anything that you can ever do, that is the ultimate value of just connecting. Like I have so many people in the Tremors world that I've like met up with and been like, oh my God, yeah, like, hey, like I'll help you, you help me. Hey, we'll help other people. We'll go out here around, like lift people up. Like I met a Spanish guy who's writing a Tremors book, and like I just was talking to him, had him on the show, and he's like, I'm going to send you questions that I have about my book, that I'm my doubts, and I need answers on. And I'll be like, I'll do it. And he's like, okay, you're the Tremors expert. Like we've been messaging back and forth. He's like, oh my God, you have so much information. I'm like, I only have so much information because I'm English. I can speak English. Like you live in Spain, so it's harder for you to access some of this stuff. I just am able to because I can speak English. I'm like right there on the field. So like, here, take it. It's not my information. Just like move it along. And like I've met so many people, made so many friends, like all of the behind the scenes Tremors people. I would say I know like 75% of them at this point, just from reaching out, emailing, trying to find them. I actually had the lady who plays Rhonda LeBeck, Finn Carter in the first movie, was in my last live stream. I got an email in the middle of the live stream that was Finn Carter being like, oh, so you sent me an email. You were talking about like a podcast. You want me to be on your podcast and talk about Tremors? I was like, yes. And I was literally like in the middle of the live stream, like showing everyone like, oh my God, Finn messaged me right now. This is so weird. And yes, and I got to email her back. And you're just like, when you treat people with commonality and respect, that commonality and respect is played back to you. Like that's hello, I want to believe. I don't see you, but I treat you with commonality and respect.
Yeah, that's all it takes. And then Chris is the same. He sees you as a friend as well. You know what I mean? It's just that's as it was built up.
Yeah, you know what? Hold on, listen. I think I heard Chris say that. Yep. I saw him say it too. Boom, right there.
There you go. That's this is the thing that these studios do not understand and never will. And this trend, because they're running out of money now, they're really starting to hurt. The juggernauts are slowing down because they've destroyed any goodwill and they're just tanking. And they can only cook the books so much. At the end of the day, if somebody doesn't put money in your pocket, you can't generate it out of thin air. And this is going to run its course. This current trend.
Oh, I'm waiting.
Going to run its course, and something else is going to come in its place.
Yeah, I see that. I see that car heading for that cliff. I know it's like, and honestly, COVID is one of those things that broke it because theaters aren't able to pull in as much money anymore, and they were already struggling. But then now it's like, and it's so sad because I love going to the movie theater and stuff.
So did I. It was always I used to go once a week when I was.
I know, dude, me too. And it's like now we've reached the point where it's like, oh, that it's a dying industry, and it makes me really sad. But it's like, hey, much like Blockbuster, if you can't change with the times, you get left by the times, and that's like, and to the point where streaming's almost at that now, where because everything's been broken up by street. Like we used to go to Netflix because we didn't want cable because everything was
we
on
unplugged from cable to go to Netflix. But the problem is that started making their own show. I've said this before. Started making their own stuff. They brought the TV decades across that we're trying to get away from.
Yep.
And they went back to the same road. Now we're going to start unplugging from streaming. I've already cancelled a load of stuff last week there because we just.
My internet connection is shit. My internet connection is all off of my phone. I'm talking to you from my phone with a mobile hotspot. Streaming for me has always been difficult. So I don't mind saying it that I have to pirate a lot of things because it's and I tell people too all the time, especially when it comes to Tremors, like, oh, should I buy 5, 6, and 7? No, pirate it. Don't give them any money. But it's just like, if you make it difficult for people to access something, then guess what? They're going to find different ways to access it.
I'm rebuilding up my physical media.
Oh, me too. Oh, yeah.
I'm out. I just posted a video earlier on. Like I'm out at the secondhand store. You know that we have still have lots of like secondhand, and I can pick up bargains.
Oh, whenever
once a week when I'm in the main town,
yeah,
I'm going to the it's called Sex over here, but there's a few of them. You just pick them up secondhand stuff. I'm like, yeah. So what? Like with the box sets, yeah, the corners might be a bit bent, but guess what? I don't care because now I don't have to pay a streaming company who may or may not have it on. And I'm sick of tired of rolling them dice, having to sign up for like 5 different streaming services to get just a collection of movies, for example. If I want to watch something, say Tremors 1 to 7, you have to sign up for 3 different bloody streaming services if they're playing that game. Where I have my box set, stick them on when I want.
Pop it in.
Yeah.
Up until recently, you Colin, could not get a Tremors the Series DVD set that played in England because it's a region 1 DVD. So you would have had to like actually pirate it or
get the multi-region player.
Yeah. And like otherwise you couldn't get it. So how is a fan in England supposed to get, like I said, the guy who freaking wrote this book, who lives in Scotland, talks about having to pirate the TV show because he literally couldn't like buy it anywhere at all. And it's like if you make it impossible for people to access, like get over it. And I've been doing the same thing. I go to Goodwill's all the time. That's our secondhand store. Yep. And like for me, it's TV show box sets. I always love anytime I see a TV show box set or a season, I'll fucking snag it just because it's like I have that, and I know my DVD player works, and as long as my kids and my nephews don't scratch the DVDs, I'm good.
You're sorted.
Boom. And that's like I said, I see the cliff that we're heading for, and unless somebody decides to change something, really,
they're too stupid to change. Because once again, they've had 10 years of this rot of these middlers. They're not the talented people that built the thing. They're second, third generation put into jobs who don't deserve to be there. So of course they're going to keep going and they're going to protect the establishment because they have nothing else. They have no talent to do anything at the other side.
Oh, God, I love you, Colin. Sorry, you're just like, yes.
I'm looking forward to it because honestly, I'm funny enough, I was talking to an email my mate Calvin from Second Street Films. He does a lot of horror ones, and I was showing him my Amazon. I did a screenshot of my Amazon. Here, mate. Here's the only once-a-year movies I can get over here. And he's like, "Oh, I'll send you screeners." I'm like, "Mate, I want to support you. I'll speak to your distribution. If there's an issue, get them to fix it so that you're losing out in share." But hey, I'm going to support my mates. You know, at the end of the day,
I want to give you money.
Yeah,
like you.
I want to support the algorithm, so I don't want to just hand you over. Obviously, if he's doing physical copies, I just buy them from him. But the fact that he has a reliant streaming service, like, right, I want to buy so that becomes valuable to the streaming service, so you get picked up for your next one.
Yeah, so they look at it and they're like, "Oh, hey, somebody bought that. Then that means somebody wants it." And like on down the line,
it's all about thinking. You know, I want still to be making movies.
That is the only reason. So they're like, I bought this. All right, this is like the newest. It's the Tremors Ultimate Collection with the 7 movie TV show. It's the only reason I bought this is because for like the last 3 years, Universal has been hawking there's the complete Tremors 7 movie collection, and I'll always like mock them. I'll be like, it's not complete because you don't have the TV show. So why the fuck? Like that's so stupid. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna buy. I don't care. I'm not gonna buy it. But then they came out with this, which included the TV show, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to buy that. So that way, you know that like, yes, I want you to include that TV show that you like not put out there. Yeah. And I want that to be part of the algorithm to the point where.
Because you know what will happen in Universal? They'll have a TV division and the TV division will work against the movie division. And then the TV division go, here, do you know that budget that they pissed down the drain? Give it to us and we'll bring it back. And they'll actually eat themselves because that's the way they operate.
Yeah. I actually bought for like all my friends, like 1, 2, like I got 4 couples in my life that I talk about Tremors to all the time. And I literally bought that and sent it to all of them as Christmas gifts. Like just like, hey, now you can't say that you haven't watched these. But also like now I put that algorithm and like, yeah, now there's 5 copies of these that somebody bought and sent them out. And like, come on. Let's go here. Either you do it and you do it right and you give it to Stampede, or you just get the fuck out of here and let Stampede do their job. That's my.
That's it. Just it'll sort of self out. That's the thing. But I think as fandoms, we need to stop being so blind. I think this whole blind fandom and always thinking the best of the creators and not looking behind the mirror anymore. I think we need to be more savvy.
That's that gatekeeping thing that I was talking about that you were like with the bullies before. And it's like, I've learned to, I don't like doing it, but when people are like, yeah, but you know, like Tremors 5, 6, and 7 weren't that bad. And, I mean, does Stampede really matter? I'm like, you shut the fuck up. All right. Like, I'm not, your opinion just went out the window for me. It is instantly devalued because you're saying like, yeah, you know, I liked how like they made everything, but we don't really need them. It's like, then you don't fucking understand this like at all. And I'm proud of some Tremors fans. Like I would say like 50-60% of them that go like, oh no, we need Stampede back. Like they are the ones that made this and we need them back. Mm-hmm. And there's that good 10-15% that are just like, yeah, but I just want my Tremors movie and I want it now. And I'm like, you know what? Hey, can you do me a quick favor? Fuck off. Just get out. Just get out of here. No, thank you. We don't need you. Go find another. You know, nothing. Fast and Furious. Go support Fast and the Furious. You know, get out. Like we don't. Just go.
I call that the Fast and Pointless series.
I wish that all of the money that went to Fast and the Furious went to Tremors because they're both Universal properties. So it's like, you know what? How about that? How about we just like take one of those budgets and switch them? switch them up.
But it's not even once again, it's not even about budget. It's the interference. Just give a reasonable budget and leave it the fuck alone and let it do its thing. You silly bastards. It'll make money 3 times back.
If they let Vin Diesel run a whole franchise, like why can't they let Stampede Entertainment?
Oh
Like,
God,
it's true.
he's another one. It's him. I actually don't hate him as much as I hate Big Dumb Johnson.
Oh,
I
but he just plays everything the same thing in every role. So
yeah.
Please.
Who's got what? Momoa? Fucking Momoa. Momoa. Yeah. That's the thing. I did a review on another channel when I want my sci-fi fix. I go onto my buddy's channel, Adam's Evil Live. We were talking about the Dune, David Villeneuve Dune.
Oh yeah.
And Adam didn't quite know where I was coming from. Like, why is Momoa playing Duncan Idaho? He's not going to be able to do when it comes to Dune Messiah.
Oh yeah.
And then he read Dune Messiah and we did a review, and he's like, I get it now.
Yeah.
There's no mission in this earth. Momoa's not going to be able to do the Mentat / Sunzuni philosopher, Benny Thalaxu Goa trying to be Duncan. He can redo Jason Momoa. Yeah. What the fuck is this?
He can do that. Oh, I died a bunch of times, but that's about it. Again, God, please, like, allow me to hope that Dune will be good. Just allow me to hope. Allow me to hope. Come on. You
have the direction, because there's a lot of heavy lifting, unless they're just going lore light.
Oh no, that's what I'm really excited for. I love Denis Villeneuve movies. That man knows how to punch, and I'm into it. So I'm punch me in the face with that. I want to see someone turn into a giant sandworm person. I know it's gonna be weird, but I'm
that's not gonna happen until Children of Dune.
I understand, but I'm just more like, bring it on.
Yeah.
Weirdness the fuck out. I want to see a navigator in full whatever the fuck that looks like.
Yeah, because he never had the navigator in the first one. It was only the attendants.
No, not yet. Yeah, that's where I'm still waiting for the. It's gonna be. It's gonna be nasty. I'm into it.
Yeah, I think he's left all the actual Dune, the Frank Herbert's, all the like religious and philosophy stuff that built all this. So maybe he's just designed to like step up, because James has a weird book. So I'm trying to do that. That's going to be a hard one to put on screen.
I'm excited. I don't know. That's my like.
I'm reserving my judgment until the second part of Dune comes out.
It's one of those, like, I was talking about it earlier, where if you got the vision, I'll follow you. If you got a good vision, I'm in that.
Yeah.
Swing for those fences, and even if you miss, hey, at least you made something interesting.
That's all down to the forgiveness, if you know the heart is in the movie. Now, 4, 5, and 6 had to be made. 5, 6, and 7 had to be made with the same heart, but missed the mark a couple of times. We'd have forgiven it.
Yep.
But you knew there was a disdain for the franchise built into this.
Weird stepchild. It's on that metaphor about the bullies is so, I can't begin to, is so on brand. I'm just like, oh, you nerds made this, but we have control of it. Get over it.
So we're gonna take it from you. How do you like that? Smash.
I don't. Please leave everything I love alone.
But as long as they're getting money, they're being put in these positions because mummies and daddies prep school fund got them the right school and the right certificate to go into position. Nothing to do with talent. That's the way it is in those mega corporations. But now they're starting to run out of money, so there's going to be a shift. It's going to be a painful shift when it happens. It's not going to be a trickle.
I'm excited.
Yeah, it's not going to be a trickle. This is going to end. Like, you see it already. They have to keep doubling down. They can't just admit when they're wrong or step back because they've had that taste of power, unearned power, and that is so addictive. If you've got power and you haven't earned it and you know you don't deserve it, you don't want to let that go.
Because it's afraid of what happens when you do. You're never going to get it back. If you haven't earned it, the minute you get rid of that power is someone coming in and taking it, and you'll never see it again. And it's like,
gone.
Good. Go the fuck away. That's my yes.
Yeah, and like you said, that car's heading for the cliff, and it's going to be glorious to watch. It really is.
Because whoever loses, we win.
Yeah. Because guess what? When a company goes bankrupt, well, they're going to have to sell off assets. And what does a studio have that they need to sell off? IPs. And we can crowdfund to buy that.
Oh.
We can have a cooperative.
I would. I'd crowdfund a Tremors movie, and then immediately after, I'd be like, "All right, Stampede, what movie do you want to make now? That's not like, what is it? There's your budget. Go."
Yeah, just and they haven't quite twigged on the power of this sphere is when you're talking about nerdy people here who think about things. So there's autistic lawyers, you know what I mean, and fandoms who will obsess over this, who probably already have 20 drafts of a
I was gonna get out. There's a whole I got like 50 pages of notes in this fucking book just for my show. Look, okay, that's a regular. You can't tell what I've written, but that is a whole page of just notes. For guess what? For one episode of the TV show.
I get it.
No, I know you do. That's where I'm like, why would you fuck with that? We're just gonna come down on you. This is a page of notes for finding people who were in charge of the film fest. Like, they didn't give me the information at first. I had to go find it. I literally cold called everybody in Santa Fe, New Mexico, to find exactly what theater was putting on the Tremors Fest before anybody else knew, and I fucking found exactly the one. And it was like, you just don't fuck with us. Don't fuck with nerds, because we'll come after you. These are fake glasses, but I mean it.
It's when the legal team gets all I have to do is Stampede just has to go, oh, by the way, we've instructed this legal firm. And all of a sudden, a day later, this truck arrives with all the notes that have been gathered up by the fandom. Just reversed in. Beep, beep, beep. Boof.
I'm not joking when I say that thing I was telling you about Mark Toberoff and everything. I actually did that. Like, what you just said about the truck. Yes. I created this entire Google document. Like, it was like 35 pages. It was like 45 pages of different sites and sources and everything. Literally because the idea for Tremors starts in 1985. Literally from there all the way up until 2021 when I wrote it, and I just sent it to
And you multiply that by, say, 40 people who are motivated. You know what I mean? You multiply that by 40 people who are motivated with a purpose of, let's get this IP back, or let's bury. Oh, guess what? Done.
Let's bury these fuckers once and for all. Like,
now, people have got over
a page of this book. Imagine this book, but just, here's you can take your ass down. Like, that's my.
People have got over the fact that they're saying the studios are too powerful. Oh, we can't go up against them. People have got over that now. And people have got their backs up and hurt so much now that the anger's there. And nothing more dangerous than a nerd scorned.
Forgive the analogy, but it's much akin to a little colony across the sea just deciding, hey, no taxation without representation, and being like, nope, fuck you, English monarchy, and I know you're Scottish, so you hate the English just as much, but but like no, like
I'm actually
no.
Northern Irish.
Oh my god. So oh my god, this is how bad I am. Okay, well you're still making my point here. It's just like no, look, we're gonna stand up to you and fuck off, and that's it. Like that's where we don't need to take this anymore, and away we go. And that's America, maybe whatever these days, but we could take example from that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's like good. That's funny the way actually. Oh, we don't like monarchies. We don't like this, and yet all your political systems are dynasties. All your businesses are dynasties. Everything's just the monarchy replicated.
Don't know everything because I'm stupid.
it's just hilarious. Oh, we hate British, so we're going to use the imperial system.
It wasn't a perfect analogy. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Can I mention I'm a bit of a gobshite?
That's kind of why I love you, Colin.
You open that door, I'm coming through.
I love it. You're not right all the time. So when you're wrong, learn something, and you're going, well, difference between the Irish and the Scottish. Note to self. Okay.
Northern Irish.
Okay. Oopsie.
Yeah, that's a whole other kettle of fish will not open because that's when we get annoyed, we plant bombs.
IRA style. Okay, nice.
No, well, I'm the other side of the fence.
Oh,
I'm a loyalist. I'm an ultra loyalist. Red hand.
Okay then.
That's you know the ones that you paid the money to the IRA to try and kill and you didn't get rid of us. So when you talk about bullies, do you know why the plastic patty kept sending loads of bombs and bullets over to my country to try and kill me? Well, guess what? It didn't fucking work. It just made us more obstinate.
No, a whole history lesson that I did not expect in this one.
Yeah, but there's loads of examples can be taken from life. Just the big one tries to plant the foot down and somebody goes, yeah, you're bigger than me, but nah, it's not happening.
That was what I was going for. How about that?
Yeah. Well, we got there eventually. We're all, once again, common ground.
Like you said, I may be a stupid American, but that doesn't mean we can't learn.
Well, your studios are going to learn the hard way.
Yeah, no, I do. Like I will. This is my flag, and I will die on this hill. I will fucking Universal go bye-bye is my car bomb. That was, I don't know why I said that. That was bad. Some things you just regret as soon as you say that. That was definitely one of them.
Nah, I just it's there's certain things people say, and that's when I know it gets personal. The rest of stuff I don't, because can't know when you talk about minorities, I'm a minority of a minority because there's like less than 1 million of us in the world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, tiny. British Isles are tiny, landmass wise.
Yeah.
And yet we've the same population as Canada. Growing. It's mad. In Northern Ireland's like 2 million people. And it's like a 40-60 split between persuasions, if that makes sense.
Okay. But the same population as Canada?
Yeah. 80 million or something like that. We've got. It's ridiculous. We all live in boxes because of land mass. Land is so expensive here.
Oh my god! Wow. Holy shit! Sorry, that's like my brain's trying to put those two sizes together, and that's just I'm having some difficulty.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head twister.
Like Canada's pretty fucking big.
Yeah.
It's sparse, but it's still like, damn, really? Wow, okay.
But world's a fun place. Like it's all a lot of these.
This is like this. One of my favorite things about doing the Tremors and the podcasting is just learning new things like this. Just learning, like I said, I was talking to the Spanish guy making the Spanish Tremors book, and you're just like, you know what? My world is a little tiny. A little tiny space here that I know a lot about. and then there's this whole room of everything that I don't fucking know about. You know, like.
But that's like everything. I don't claim to know everything. Bloody hell, there's loads of stuff. Like I keep making a joke about how bluff it is a horror fan because there's some proper lore masters out there, and I'm just like, don't have a clue.
People like call me like,
but I know what I know, and then there's people tell me I know a lot, and I'm like, do I really? You know, okay.
People call me the Tremors expert. I get that all the time, and I'm like, I'm just waiting for someone out there who hasn't said shit, and they're really quiet, and all of a sudden they're gonna come in and they're gonna be like, here's everything you didn't know about Tremors. And I'm like, I knew you were out there. I fucking knew. I knew I
But
didn't
it won't be resentful and haters like, yes, I knew you were there. Fill in the gaps.
I got notes. Oh my god, go. Talk slower.
That's it.
I mean, I'm seriously waiting. Like, there's gotta, like, because you never want to be the best. Like, you always think that, like, oh, I want to be number one, but it's like, it's lonely at the top. That would be boring. You never get to grow. If you're the best, then how can you ever get any better? I like being 10th place. I think that's a great, because then you can be 9th place, and maybe you'll grow to 8th or 7th. But if you made it to 7th, that would be really good.
Or you see that prodigy that just zips past you to number one. You're like, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, I actually have a thing where I try to. That's what I was saying about giving information. I like to find those people, those prodigies, and be like, oh, hey, by the way, hey, there's a Tremors book. Oh, here's another thing. Hey, take that. Hey, here's some more stuff. Beat me, please beat me, because just kick my ass. We need more. I don't care if I'm last place. If who's ever in first place is really good at what they do, that's.
Yeah, but that's not even about places. It's about community and everyone having fun and enjoying the same thing and different levels, and being able to. If everybody knows everything and has the same opinion, well, there's no conversation then.
Yeah.
What's the point in talking to anybody?
If you're the best, you're never going to get better.
Yeah.
You have to. That room to grow is huge.
Yeah, that's always the problem at the top of the pyramid. That the narrower that spike gets, just gets more difficult. Oh, Chris isn't going to be able to make it back. Oh well, that's a shame, buddy. We're kind of hanging on for you, but
well, we've almost hit 4 hours.
Yeah, I think this would be a good chance to. We'll definitely have another one of these because we're going to do the TV show, and then I want to do another retrospective over the whole thing because that'll be amazing, and definitely have to go over to your channel.
Oh, please! Like I said, I felt really bad. I forgot to shout you out on the last stream, and it was literally 5 minutes after my episode. It was like, oh my god, I forgot to say I was going to be on the fuck. That's where it's I write down my thank yous, but then I always forget that one person. It happens to me every episode.
It's always the same. I do the same. I do a weekly newsletter, and is always trying to thank people and stuff, and then afterwards you're you've sent it out, and oh, I forgot to say about this. But that's why there's always the next stream, there's always the next video, there's always, you never beat yourself up over it because you always know the intentions there. It's never really meant to be disrespectful. It's just we all know it. We're scatterbrains. There's really so much going on, and when you're trying to run these things, there are 100 things going on in your mind.
It's just me. It's only me running the podcast.
Yeah, that's fine. It's
I try.
Trust me, I totally get it. And the admin and the stuff in the background, people only see this, but
it's a lot.
People forget all the stuff that goes in, and you don't have paid teams of folks to do it. And you almost don't want to either, because then you lose ownership. You don't want to be the big company.
Yeah.
You don't want to be the figurehead of a big company. You want to own the thing, build it, have a hand, and I created this.
And you have a little bit of it, but then be like, okay, cool. Okay, you got your thing. I got mine. We come together when we need to. Everything else we figure out. That's... we're all currently fighting behind the scenes with YouTube because they took the advanced features off of the Tremors Saga channel, so we can't link anything anymore. It's fucking. We're all trying to figure out how to fix that, and it's super duper frustrating because if I did a show with you, I can't link to your show, and I'm just like, I fucking hate that. I always love putting links and stuff, and it's so frustrating. Just like, damn it, man! Like that. I just talk about admin. Sorry, that was a dumb.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's why I take it you have alternative media set up. We have a chat offline about that.
Oh my god, yeah. I'm recording this episode from my own thing, even too, just to have, in case this one managed to go down. I've got this one recording on audio and elsewhere. I upload to Spotify and Anchor and different places. I keep all of these on a hard drive just in case YouTube takes the whole channel down.
Like at the moment, this streams out the YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch.
Yep.
And then it goes on the Anchor, and then that's all linked out, and it goes on to BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, because YouTube isn't the only game in town anymore.
No, you got to put it.
If YouTube wants to wind people up, well, guess what? We'll just go buy another sandbox and we'll go and play on it.
I use TikTok Lives anymore. The Tremors Saga has like a 13,000 people following on TikTok, and I'll use TikTok Lives on all my live streams just because. Why the fuck not? Like it doesn't. I don't understand TikTok. I'm only 33, and I feel like an old person on TikTok, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have something to it. I don't know what.
Yeah, I just no interest in that platform. Just
just stuff. Give me a long form video any day. 3-second clips drives me mad.
It's pointless. Just kills your brain. Like there's no nuance there. Like even I do the shorts from this, take a minute now and again, and what did I sound go?
No, I hear you. I was more like, yeah, I agree. Like YouTube Shorts is another. Like, come on, no, just. Ugh. And what's worse is that the algorithm bumps those up so much. Like the Tremors YouTube Shorts get like thousands of views and hits, and it's just like
people won't go and watch the full video or even part of it. And you're like, oh, what the hell?
Come on, you'd love it too, but apparently that's just too much work. So
get some attention span, folks.
This has been Levi's Lament Corner.
That could be a regular. Just randomly bring you on to do Levi's Lament. It doesn't matter what movie it is. Just bring you on, right? And then you disappear again.
No joke. That's where I've taken to every episode. I try to tell a really, really sad story from my life. Usually has nothing to do with Tremors. I'm just like, I'm going to tell the saddest thing I can fucking think of. It's become weird, but I like it.
Well, it can just be the same thing every time. Tremors 7.
Sure.
There's a saddest thing.
But that should be the second episode of my show, which I just did a commentary for Tremor 7, which was just me yelling at it, and then it ends, and then it's just a half an hour at the end of me being like, I just don't understand this. This is so stupid.
Why you do this to me? What did I do to you?
It was good. It was bad, but it was relatable.
That's at least we have this where other people don't. Think if you don't have an outlet to rant about it, at least you have this cathartic release. If you can go, fuck that movie, and just fuck this movie, and you can just let it out and rant and have other people hear it as well.
You said that like 35 times in that episode. Fuck this movie. Fuck this movie.
I was raged. I don't think I've been that angry about a movie before.
I get it.
I didn't think it was possible to be that angry, but
sorry you got set down this path and the pain was caused to you.
But you know what? We're doing that. It's fun. It's better than just having a sour taste in your mouth and then going away. At least you get it out of your system and you can remember the good times and plan for the future.
Now you know. Now you get to tell everybody, hey, don't let them do to this what they did to Tremors.
Yep. There's too many franchises. Oh, see the fight. I'm a 40k fan. Warhammer 40,000. See if they fuck with that. If Amazon fuck, oh dear. If they thought Lord of the Rings nerds were bad. Wait till you see the servants of the God Emperor. And if they commit heresy, oh my God, the storms are coming. They thought about Tolkien scholars.
40K
Stand by.
You and then make a miniature of your corpse.
Like I said, there's quite a few obsessive people, and yeah, you piss them off at your peril. Because you're not just flushing your head down the toilet anymore and then running off with your big gang. Guess what? We're adults now, and if we don't need to sleep. If we're obsessed over something, guess what? Sleep goes out the window, and I will spend 24-hour periods plotting my revenge.
I will murder you.
There will be 20 videos a day. I will start a channel purely for that.
Talk at that point, and then you're fucked.
It'll be everywhere. When you see me on TikTok, talk about how Amazon needs to be torn down to shreds because of what they did to 40K. Guess what? Fucking done. That's what you know it's over. I'll be going to work like bags under my eyes, just a vacant look, and I'll be muttering to myself, and people will be frightened.
You don't understand what they did 40K. I'm gonna get him.
Your fucking female space marines. I'll shove your female space marines where the sun doesn't shine, you bastard. You know.
That sounds very erotic.
Yeah. Well, I think on that happy note, before I start frightening people, I think Levi, this has been an absolute blast. We will continue. This will happen again, most definitely, because we still got the.
Anytime, I'm gonna put hats on. All my hats for you. You and then my bad. I'll put all the hats on for you, man. Anytime. This has been right back at you. Absolutely fun. This is 4 hours. My wife will be home for dinner in any minute now.
Honey, why isn't anything made? You're like,
We do have chicken parmesan for leftovers, so that's fine. But I have a battery to change in the Jeep because it's negative 20 below outside, so I've got that to do.
Yeah, do the important stuff. But Levi, honestly, absolute blast. I'll put the links in the description and the pinned comments afterwards. Go check out Tremors Saga. Absolutely amazing channel. A lot of fun. We obviously will be continuing, Chris and I, with our journey with. I think we're going to do 2 episodes at a time. So we're going to look into the TV show. We'll do 2 episodes a stream and talk about them. So we'll be here for a while yet, and then we might reach 2025, and fun things will be happening, and we'll be able to carry on. Yeah. But just easy to say, folks, thanks very much, everyone in the live chat that tuned in, everyone's watching on our streams. Keep up to date with the channel, do the typey clicky things, and until next time, keep it creepy, keep it horrific.